Okay. You cannot start.
Ah, so. Banana? Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Chief, you are clear.
Okay.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Jesus Christ. You watch this one, it's loud, you adjust. Because that one, once you turn it on, it's on. No, once you talk, you need to mute, also need to mute the other states.
We start then the Windows. So we don't have any.
You watch this one, it's loud, you adjust. Because that one, once you turn it on, it's on. No, once you talk, you need to mute, also need to mute the other states. When you start, once you turn it on, it's on. Sound down.
Hi, Belen. Hi, everyone. Am I loud and clear? Okay, thank you.
Chuk, you ready? Did you unmute this? Is that Chuk?
Yeah, Chuk is ready. They're here.
Yeah, you ready? We will start in 2 minutes. We have one team sitting in the courtroom. So judges, you ready? I see the, okay, all right. Thank you. Bella, where are you? I can't see you. Our moderator.
Join us, sir.
2 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to the beautiful island of Pompeii and Law Day 2020. This is the first virtual law day that we've had. So I hope that everybody out there in our other states, shoot me out if you can hear me okay. My name is Greffner, and I'm a staff attorney here at the FSM Supreme Court. This year marks the 39th anniversary of the FSM Supreme Court, and this is the 29th Law Day debate in the FSM. The debate topic this year is, bear with me, I'm going to read it. Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. So I appreciate everybody coming together with short notice, researching this topic, and putting together some really good debates today. We've got 4 teams debating, and we should have a good day. We have a presidential proclamation from His Excellency David Panuello recognizing this law day, and it reads, and I'll read it. Whereas on July 12, 1965, the Congress of Micronesia was convened as the first indigenous lawmaking body for its people, the people of the Micronesian region. Whereas on July 12, 1975, the first Micronesian Constitutional Convention was convened. Whereas on July 12, 1978, the citizens of the Federated States of Micronesia approved the FSM Constitution, thereby giving birth to a new nation. Whereas on July 12, 1981, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia was inaugurated as the highest court of the nation. And whereas in observance of the significant legal national events that have occurred in the history of this nation on the 12th day of July, the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia commemorates this special day as one in which high school students throughout the nation are called upon to engage in public debate over national issues of legal, political, and economic significance. Whereas the Supreme Court of the Federated States of Micronesia has historically hosted winners of the debates from each state to compete as the National Law Day debate held on or about the 12th of July in one of the 4 FSM states. Whereas the impact of the coronavirus has resulted in a delay in the state debates for Law Day, and also required the FSM Supreme Court to host the National Law Day 2020 debates virtually today on September 1st, 2020, with the winning team in each of the FSM states to appear virtually from the FSM Supreme Court's facilities in each of the 4 states. There's been just one change to that, and that is Koshai State is not participating this year. So we'll just be 3 of the states, and next year we'll either be back to normal traveling, or all 4 of the states will be participating virtually. Now, therefore, I, David Panuello, President of the Federated States of Micronesia, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and laws of the FSM, do hereby proclaim September 1st, 2020 as Law Day in the Federated States of Micronesia, and urge all citizens and residents, governments, and private agencies and organizations in this country to commemorate this day in ways that promote and advocate respect for justice, the rule of law, and good governance. And that is a proclamation from our President, David Panuello. And we have a special message this year from our Chief Justice, Dennis Yamasee. And I'll read, this is the Chief's message. And he would have done this, except he's got a sore throat. And it's probably from running this court and telling all of us what to do. This year has been a year like no other, one in which we had to postpone our FSM Law Day debates due to the global pandemic of COVID-19, which resulted in disruptions to travel and closure of schools. However, the FSM Law Day debates remain a very important institution to the court in the nation. On every law day, we have held a debate contest among the 4 top teams of high school students participating in state law day committee-sponsored debates. The debates, as usual, promise an impressive display of the students' intellectual, research, and rhetorical skills. In the preamble to the FSM Constitution, it states in part that the seas bring us together, they do not separate us. Our islands sustain us. Our island nation enlarges us and makes us stronger. Micronesia began in the days when man explored seas in rafts and canoes. The Micronesian nation is born in an age when men voyage among the stars. Our world itself is an island. In order to hold this year's debates, we are relying on the wonders of innovative technology to bring our debate teams and our islands together. This year, the debate teams will conduct virtual presentations on a proposition involving an issue of national importance. It's groundbreaking that we will bring the Law Day debate teams together in this manner. We are grateful that we have the resources to listen to and watch our best and brightest young minds address this issue remotely. The young people of this nation are our future, so we should and must listen to them. We're extremely proud of these future leaders, and when we value the opportunity to showcase them to the local and distant Micronesian communities with broadcasts over the radio and internet. We hope that after this year's debates are done, these young students will continue to cultivate and refine their competence for clear and critical thinking, coherent and logical presentation of argument, persuasive articulation of complex ideas, and effective delivery. It's our hope that this talented group of young debaters will go on to further their education in college and then return home and join the legal community in some professional capacity. Whatever they do in the coming years, they should excel as future leaders of the FSM because of the skills and qualities they already possess. A big thank you to them and their coaches for their hard work. No matter what place in the debate contest the teams come in, they're all winners, having worked so hard to become finalists in the debates. Congratulations again, and the best of everything in the future to all of you. The Honorable Dennis K. Onsi, Chief Justice of the FSM Supreme Court. Okay. So I wanted to just take a minute to introduce you to the other people at the court who have made today a special event for us. Belen Yoma is going to be our moderator. Our timekeeper is our intern, Lillian Hadley Anson. And our judges include Tammy Davis, our general counsel, Carla Edward, our staff attorney, Enlet, our staff attorney, and all the other court staff who made today happen, including Ivan and Teddy, who handle our IT department, and Emmy Moshashrik, our director of court administration, and of course, our Chief Justice for his leadership. And I hope everybody has a good day debating. Thank you. Bella?
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I go on, I'd like to also turn Chairman a recognize you all, pay our respects. Pay our respects to all of you, the national leadership, all the state leaders, traditional leaders, church leaders, community leaders, family, friends, parents, and most importantly, our debaters for the day. We would like to thank you for being with us, whether you are here or at our court facilities, wherever you are, live broadcast, or at the facilities. Thank you for joining us. The debate proposition, as introduced by Mr. Chairman, each team will have a chance to debate for and against the proposition today. We will have 4 debates today, 2 debates in the morning, and 2 debates in the afternoon. Debate number 1 will be between Xavier High School and Yap Catholic High School. Xavier will be debating for the proposition. Yap Catholic High School will be debating against the proposition. Debate number 2, we will have Calvary Christian Academy debating for the proposition versus Seventh-day Adventists debating against the proposition. We will take a lunch break, and then in the afternoon, debate number 3, we will have STA debating for the proposition and Xavier debating against the proposition. And our last debate will be between Yap Catholic High School and Calvary Christian Academy. Yap Catholic High School will be debating for the proposition, and Calvary Christian Academy will be debating against the proposition. Each debate will be about 60 minutes. Within each debate, each team will be given 3 minutes to do their introductions, 15 minutes to present their main arguments, 5 minutes to rebut the opposing team's main argument, 3 minutes for responses, and 4 minutes for summation. Some things that I just also want to just go over are: 1, reading. Debaters cannot read their arguments directly from their books. They may use index cards or other printed outlines and notes. No projectors, no computers, no iPads, no smartphones, no flip charts, posters will be allowed. Interruptions, debaters must be respectful towards the other team and the coaches and the judges. When the debate starts, the teams that are not debating must be isolated with their coaches. Rooms for this purpose has already been prepared. When your team is not debating, you are not allowed to listen or watch the live podcast. Lastly, as the chairman mentioned, conducting this debate through video is basically uncharted territories for us. It is something that is new to the FSM Supreme Court, the National Audit Coordinating Committee, and I believe it's new to most of you. We humbly ask for your patience. If you are experiencing difficulties with the system, we have very capable technical staff who are here, and as well as within the other states, who are standing by monitoring the activities on the live stream. If you have difficulties, please let them know. We will try as much to address them right away. Before we break out, I'd like for us to introduce all the debaters. So first, I'd like to introduce Yap Catholic High School. The debaters are Trinity, Edilion, and Theo Thiessen. Their alternate is Shelton or Itil. And the coach is Joshua Terence Libyan Toon. Team Yap, can you please stand up close to the camera so everybody can see you? Come up, come up. One more step, so we can really see your faces. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. From Xavier High School, we have Giovanni Nedlik and Tasani Chiro. Their alternate is Ivalaine Suga. They are being coached by Martin Carlo. Giovanni, can you just raise your hand? Hi. Mr. Chiro or Mrs. Chiro Tasani? And the alternate? Thank you very much. Representing Calvary Christian Academy, the debaters are Aquila Haber and Mercedes Olcher. Their alternate is Noah Adams. Coach is Virginia John. I'd like to ask you guys to come up here so everybody could see you. So, Mercedes. Here, just come in. All right. Wish. And from STA or Seventh-day Adventist, the debaters are Sofia Pagalando and Victoria May Carl. The alternate is Amber Mia Nicholson Senda. They are being coached by Leonido Pagalando Jr. Please come back to okay. Lastly, I know the chairman has already introduced the judges, but I want to introduce them again. The judges for all of our 4 debates today are staff attorneys from the FSM Supreme Court. We'll start with our general counsel, Ms. Tammy Davis. Hey, Tammy. LF, and Carlila Carl. Okay, thank you very much. I think we are ready to start the first debate. The first debate will be between Xavier and Yang. So teams that are not debating must be separated.
We can on 18.
starting now.
Okay.
Let me go start.
We can't see your son. And so what you think that would, otherwise I go to the blue. Yeah, but you're gonna you step away.
Okay. Test. Can you hear me? Chuk, raise up your hands if you can hear me. Loud and clear? Yeah. Can you hear me? Judges, can you hear me? Thank you. All right, we will start our first debate. We have a timekeeper. Miss Lillian Anson will be doing the time. So when each debate starts, I will mention the amount of time that is allocated for the section. When you are ready, Miss Lillian will flash a start card.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes. So she will flash a start card. Can you see that? Wait.
Okay.
There. All right. You will start. As your time runs, she will give you warnings like you have 1 minute remaining, you have 30 seconds remaining, and then when your time is up, she will flash up. Understood? Okay, debate number 1. Xavier versus Yap Catholic High School. Xavier, you have 3 minutes to do your introduction.
Before I begin, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone that made today possible. Thank you and good morning to everyone. Now to begin. Most people tend to ignore problems and challenges as they arise. Most people have their own reasons, but all of these people are blinded by greed and ignorance. In 1980s, oil companies such as Shell, they confirmed sea level rise because of their own carbon emissions. However, they neglected. This resulted in low-lying islands being flooded, and this could happen to us too here in the FSM. Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim against with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations who contribute heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. Preparing for this debate, we interviewed professionals such as William Koska, who is the Executive Director of Micronesian Conservation Trust, and Andy George, who is the Executive Director of Cochrane Conservation Society. William Koska says that more developed nations have contributed significantly to global warming and climate change, and they should compensate. Today, we are here to speak about an important issue currently facing our island nation today. Today, we take action. Thank you.
At this time, I would like to invite Yap Catholic High School for your introduction.
Greetings, everyone. I am Theo Thiessen. My partner for today's debate is Trinity Adilion, along with our alternate debater, Sheldon Orhaitel. As the opponents in this debate, my team and I are strongly against the resolution, which states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the FSM file a claim with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations, which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages." End quote. Yes, it is true that small island nations, such as the FSM, are facing environmental problems caused by global warming and climate change. It is also true that the FSM should do something about this situation in order to preserve the future of our islands. However, this does not mean that we should file a claim against other nations and blame them for our environmental issues. Is filing a claim the only way to deal with the problems posed by global warming and climate change? My team and I know that filing a claim and going to court is not a good way to resolve these issues. So we have prepared 3 main points that explain why we are against the resolution. The first reason is that there is a lack of legally binding agreements that would allow the FSM to properly and legally file a claim in the ICJ against other nations for environmental issues, such as climate change and global warming. The second reason is that the FSM would only end up wasting precious time and resources due to the design of the ICJ system. The third and final reason why we should not file a claim against other nations for global warming and climate change is because we will receive significantly better redress and relief, including monetary damages, if we negotiate and make compromises with these nations rather than taking them to court. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your introduction. We will now move on to hear the main argument from the proponents. Team Savior, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Breaking news. In the Marshall Islands, rising seas give island nation a stark choice: relocate or elevate. Onward to the Republic of Palau. Approximately 1/3 of Palau's corals died, with coral mortality as high as 90%. And in the FSM, storm washed 200 meters of shoreline with sea and salt water, causing coastal erosion and soil damage, and 29 islands were completely inundated. What I just mentioned are only a few ways that climate change has damaged our small island nations, in which climate change is the main cause of our disasters. Filing this claim will help these small islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, build away from such damages and prepare for what the rising temperatures have in store for the future. Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. Climate change for decades endangered the FSM. What started as a small conspiracy has turned out to be the doomsday of our islands. This resolution offers the FSM a chance to fight for our existence, a chance to get on our feet, and a chance to let our voices be heard, where these island nations can find justice and aid for the destruction of their homes. Firstly, it is our human right to protect our islands and the people living on them. As a country, a part of the United Nations, under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we, the people, have the right to speak up, especially if it is for the protection of our future as a nation. The risk of climate change can not only affect our environment, but also our well-being and livelihood. Article 3 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, and I quote, "Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and the security of a person," end quote. Life, liberty, and security. What this article states is that as a whole, our existence has a purpose. Our freedom is important, and our safety shouldn't be taken lightly. This resolution helps us recognize that despite our disadvantage to these developed nations, we are still people with cultural identity and history. People who have the dignity and rights to save their homes from destruction. All countries within the United Nations, as stated in the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and I quote, "have pledged themselves to achieve in cooperation with the United Nations the promotion of universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms," end quote. Thus meaning that we do, in fact, have the ability and right of self-determination and sovereignty to file such a claim. Filing this claim is an effective way for the people outside to hear FSM's voice and cry of help for the future, to gain global attention with the International Court of Justice as our backbone. Gaining this attention is beneficial for the FSM and its people. As a member of the Small Island Developing States, according to the United Nations Developing Program, no other nation is more vulnerable to its devastating effects than the Small Island Developing States, end quote. That including the Federated States of Micronesia. The attention needed on the FSM and outer Small Island Developing States is so that we can stand up and tell people in the global forum of the UN that their everyday actions have an effect on people all over the world. And when something harms us, we have the right to fight for our survival against the countries that are causing us harm, who must be accountable for their actions. In a SIDS High Political Forum on Sustainable Development held in 2015, speakers came out, most of these speakers being leaders of the small island developing states. According to the UN, also known as UN.org as their website, and I quote, states, in the first panel on reaching out to the world, training and learning for sustainable development, speakers emphasized that people everywhere should be aware of how their actions and choices impacted humanity and the health of the planet. They must be equipped to make informed choices in their personal and professional lives. Filing this claim will give a clear picture to the main polluters of our environment that the emitted gases is harming us and that we need to be provided with the monetary assistance to help fix the destruction that has been forced upon us by not our own choosing. Secondly, the carbon emitted has harmed us. Being a small island nation has many disadvantages, and climate change is the most difficult issue to resolve or mitigate, where the greatest challenge comes from our vulnerability to problems and the struggles we endure for being the smallest. Global warming will continue to endanger our islands and will continue to harm us if we don't do anything about it. We are suffering from the most dangerous outcomes of climate change. According to John Letman, an independent journalist in Hawaii covering wildlife conservation and the politics of the Pacific Rim, said, and I quote, a report published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, in October highlighted different projected outcomes from a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees versus 2 degrees Celsius. In the report, small island developing states are identified as being at disproportionately higher risk of adverse consequences of global warming. What the Federated States of Micronesia needs is reassurance that when these problems happen, we will be able to fix them, just as the more developed nations has the ability and funds to pay for what has endangered them. According to the United Nations Developing Program, and I quote, with 1/3 of their population living on land that is less than 5 meters below sea level, the threat of sea level rise, climate change, and coastal destruction pose existential risks to the small island developing states. Despite already struggling with poor economy, a future towards our island's doom is not something that we can handle. According to Brad Morey, the Action Director of the Environmental Protection Agency, he said, and I quote, we particularly don't have the financial means and beyond our capacities to cope with these climate-related disasters. With the increasing sovereignty, severity, and reassurance of such, the higher the risk for us, end quote. Filing this claim will allow the Federated States of Micronesia to be ready for the natural disasters that carbon emissions bring. According to the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment, they said, and I quote, these include impacts from extreme weather disasters such as tropic cyclones, floods, and as well as sea level onset events, end quote. A small island nation such as the Federated States of Micronesia have majority of the Micronesians living on the coast. 70% of these Micronesians rely on the coast for agriculture and infrastructure, and living on the coast means that they're closer and can protect their livelihood. There are various natural disasters. Sea level rise is a huge disadvantage to the FSM. And when majority live on the coast, that means that homes passed down through generations will disappear in a matter of time, as well as the sources of livelihood, Our team supports this resolution because it will allow the FSM to figure out new ways to save the majority of Micronesians that are on the verge of losing their homes. The monetary funds can be used for adjust and relief from global warming so that we can be ready for whatever comes to harm us. William Koska, the leading local conservation NGO in the nation, and the co-founder who currently serves as executive director of the Micronesia Conservation Trust, said, and I quote, "We do need some money to help with our climate change adaptation projects/programs. This can provide help, both hard infrastructure development projects like seawalls, climate-proof roads, and funds to help with our climate change projects." Thirdly, one of the key factors of the ocean is the coral reefs that sit along the bottom of the shore. Filing this claim, we can find a way to ensure that in the long run, we can find or prepare a way to save our corals. According to Scripps Institution of Oceanography of San Diego, coral ecosystems are a source of food for millions. They provide coastline from storms and erosion, and provide habitat, provide jobs like local income to local economies from fishing, end quote. Without these corals, we are not protected, as well as a diverse ecosystem that we rely on for food. As the temperature begins to rise, the acidification does as well. This bleaches our corals and leaves us at a huge disadvantage. From the lack of food to local income and protection of our coastlines, we must file this claim to protect our homes from destruction. The developed nations, who were made clearly aware of climate change, did not act until it was proven a threat. Since the 19th century, scientists and experts in different various biological topics found signs and discovered ways that gas emissions could ultimately harm the future that was not acted on until the 20th century. For decades, the scientific community has gathered and studied data on the topic, and yet the seriousness of climate change started making headlines in the 1980s. 1860, John Tyndall, an Irish physicist, found that the reason for a warm atmosphere is from these gas emissions. And Svante Arrhenius in the 20th century, a Swedish chemist, speculated that gas emissions such as carbon dioxide will warm the planet. Despite what was founded, this seemed to be ignored. The 1900s was the start of the fossil fuels, which was almost entirely coal, which produced 2 billion tons of carbon dioxide. And by the 1950s, it was 3 times that much. And by 2018, it was 20 times that much. These more developed nations had the models and resources to be able to predict just how serious climate change is, as well as the carbon emissions. Efforts made in an attempt to lessen the carbon dioxide emissions had no progress. The FSM is harmed immensely from such temperatures, and stalling is only going to make things worse. The Paris Agreement after the UNFCCC, according to Kieran Mulvaney, says that these more developed nations are harmed immensely. However, according to The Economist, since then, humans have emitted 765 more tons of carbon dioxide. Signing this agreement did not stop or slow down the nations from emitting greenhouse gases. This is what the claim is for our islands to be able to prepare for what climate change has in store. If we were to get monetary funds for the damages that we have endured or will endure, then we will be able to adjust and protect ourselves. For these attempts will not stop if the corporations do not slow down their emissions of carbon. Filing this claim with the ICJ against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations is a way for the Federated States of Micronesia to finally show the strength of our islands. What we seek is more than just relief. What we seek is a new beginning for the upcoming generations of our islands, in which the development of the FSM is in their hands. Let us abide by the FSM preamble. And I quote, "Our ancestors who made their homes on these islands displaced no other people. We who remain wish no other than this," end quote. We extend to all nations what we seek for each: peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chuk. Can we give her a round of applause? At this time, we'll hear a rebuttal. Team Yap, you have 5 minutes for your rebuttal, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, proponents, for your main argument. I will now address points that you have stated within your main argument. In the beginning, you stated multiple environmental damages that are happening within our region. And you state that we should follow through with the resolution to take action to save our islands. However, there are better ways to responding to global warming and climate change rather than to file a lawsuit. We are not advocating to not take action for our islands. However, we are advocating for a different response. There are different ways to show the risks that are happening within our region and the problems of global warming and climate change rather than filing a lawsuit. Moreover, by filing a lawsuit, we are going to drain our economy of its resources. The FSM's GDP is in the millions, while the GDP of the nations we are pursuing, such as China, the US, and India, are in the trillions. The case would drag out for a while, and the FSM would drain its resources, while these nations would lose very little. Yes, it is true that it is a human right to protect our islands. However, there are better ways to do this. There are other ways to tell the world that we are at risk. According to a New York Times law journal by Stephen Cass, it is not viable to bring environmental claims to the International Court of Justice because bigger nations such as the US, China, and India, are not part of treaties that we could bring to the ICJ, which they would have jurisdiction under. Therefore, there is a lack of legally binding agreements that we could use. Furthermore, we have to look to the United Nations Security Council, that is a part of the United Nations that enforces the ICJ's verdict. Now, permanent members of the UN Security Council hold the power to veto rulings made by the ICJ. Permanent members involve China and the US, which are the major contributors to global warming and climate change. Also, it is true that filing a claim will get us money. However, the main point of the resolution is to fight global warming and climate change. Money will not solve the issues of global warming and climate change. It will take all nations working together to lower global greenhouse gas emissions. Also, according to the Marketplace, an independent journal, landmark cases generally cost $250,000 to millions of dollars. Does the FSM have the funds for a lawsuit of this scale? We have to work together to go against global warming and climate change. These are the nations who don't want global warming and climate change as well. There are other ways to address global warming and climate change. We have to work together to create a stronger resistance against global warming and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Yap, for your rebuttal. At this time, we will hear a response from the proponents. Team Savior, you have 3 minutes for your response. When you are ready.
So we do hear your rebuttals loud and clear. There is multiple ways. We also know that there is multiple ways to solve this resolution. And you say that these better ways is much more efficient than what we are stating. However, I don't believe that's true. The developed countries are responsible for 79% of historical carbon emissions. And things such as the treaties and such as the UNFCCC or the Paris Agreement, these agreements were made in cooperation with the United Nations, about 190 countries or so. That didn't really help bring down carbon emissions, but only the rising temperatures has risen much more. Like in 2016 or 2015, when the Paris Agreement was ended. Yeah. It was said that in between that year to this year, the temperatures have only risen much more faster and much more higher. So adding these better ways is not going, we need faster solutions in which what we said earlier, will help the island nations recover from these natural disasters. There are still damages that we face today and that we cannot fix from the lack of funds. So that is what filing this claim is for. If you see around the island of Chuuk, there's a lot of damages that still happen from the Typhoon Maysak in 2015. And we couldn't really recover this as fast as the United States can, or any other developed nation, because they have these funds which we don't have. And this is what this lawsuit is for, so that we can recover and prepare for what the natural disasters in the future have for us.
Thank you very much, Team Savior, for your response. At this time, we will hear the main arguments from the opponent's team. Yep, Catholic High School, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Imagine a face-off between a bike and a sports car, or between a raft and a ship. Without a doubt, it is obvious who gets the upper hand, and that is the sports car and the ship. The bike and the raft, in this case, represent the Federated States of Micronesia, or the FSM, if it decides to oppose greater nations such as China, India, and the United States. If the FSM decides to take this course of action, then its chances of getting the upper hand are very, very low. It is not feasible for the FSM to file a claim in the International Court of Justice against more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages, for three salient reasons. Firstly, there is a lack of legally binding agreements. Secondly, it would be a waste of resources and time given how the ICJ system is designed. And thirdly, it is more beneficial to negotiate rather than to file claims against other nations. Going on to the first point, one must recognize that there are no legally binding documents regarding fighting or limiting factors contributing to global warming and climate change that would help the FSM in filing a claim at the International Court of Justice, or the ICJ. According to the ICJ, and I quote, Article 36, paragraph 1 of the statute also provides that the jurisdiction of the court comprises of all matters specially provided for in treaties and conventions in force. Such matters are normally brought before the court by means of a written application instituting proceedings. This is a unilateral document which must indicate the subject of the dispute and the parties, and as far as possible, by the provision on which the applicant founds the jurisdiction of the court. End quote. This means that the FSM must have a legally binding reason to file a claim against the more developed nations who contribute heavily to global warming and climate change. Of course, the issues of global warming and climate change have not been ignored completely, but there have been no international treaties or laws pertaining to climate change that would be legally enforceable. There is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or the UNFCCC, which was established in 1992. This is an international environmental treaty which aims to keep greenhouse gas emissions below levels that would cause serious harm to the Earth's climate system. Although the idea of a system of compensation for climate-related damages was discussed during the formation of the UNFCCC, it was never included in the convention. And even if it had been, the convention is not legally binding. My team would like to point out that there is a treaty called the Kyoto Protocol that was established within the UNFCCC. This treaty was made in 1997 and endeavored to curb greenhouse gas emissions. It is legally binding, but the problem is that major emitters, such as the United States, China, and India, have not ratified the Kyoto Protocol. There is another environmental agreement called the Paris Agreement, which was established in 2016. Now, according to the UNFCCC, this agreement aims to combat climate change and to accelerate and intensify the actions and investments needed for a sustainable low-carbon future. This agreement sets good goals for fighting global warming and climate change. Unfortunately, the agreement is not legally binding in totality. To summarize, there are either treaties that are not legally binding, or there are treaties that are legally binding, but the nations that contribute heavily to global warming and climate change are not part of these treaties. Without legally binding documents to hold major contributors accountable, how can the Federated States of Micronesia have grounds to take said contributors to the International Court of Justice? Going on to the second point. The second reason why the FSM must oppose the resolution is that it would be a waste of resources given how the ICJ system is designed. We would like to remind everyone that the FSM is a relatively small nation with a gross domestic product, or GDP, of $401.9 million. Moreover, its economy is largely dependent on financial aid given to it through the Compact of Free Association with the United States. In contrast, major global warming and climate change contributors, such as China, the United States, and India, have GDPs of $13.01 trillion, $20.54 trillion, and $2.719 trillion respectively, much larger than what the FSM has. So, if the FSM were to launch a legal battle against some of the richest, most powerful countries in the world, the case would be in the system for a while. costing the FSM a large quantity of money, whereas it would cost countries such as China and the US very little. A YAP State Bar member even admitted that the FSM's resources would be drained by a lawsuit over perceived damages from global warming and climate change. Here's the kicker. Even if the FSM was able to get the aforementioned countries into court and get a satisfactory ruling from the ICJ, enforcement of the ICJ's verdict would fall upon the United Nations Security Council, whose permanent members include China and the United States. Permanent members of the UN Security Council hold the power to veto decisions made by the ICJ. Therefore, even if the FSM was able to get a satisfactory ruling in the ICJ against countries such as China and the United States, both of these countries could simply veto the ruling and get off free, while the FSM would have expended considerable financial resources in just getting the case to that point. This brings us to the last point of our argument, which focuses on better alternatives to address global warming and climate change rather than pursuing a lawsuit. Given the unfair predicament of the FSM, should it choose to pursue a lawsuit in the International Court of Justice? Or could other means of curbing global warming and climate change, such as negotiations, be utilized to save not only the FSM's diplomatic relationships and resources, but also its future, as well as the world's? Negotiation is a much better way of dealing with the problems stated within the resolution, and the FSM could go about negotiations in various ways. Given the FSM's current position on the geopolitical stage, it holds considerable sway over both China and the US. Strategically located to the rear of Guam, one of the US territories, and the location of soon-to-be 3 US military bases, the FSM essentially acts as a rear guard for Guam. Also, according to VOA News, and I quote, American officials consider the Micronesian countries important because of their location in the Pacific. The People's Republic of China and other nations have begun investing in the 3 Micronesian countries in an attempt to increase the influence over the area, end quote. The United States certainly would not want the FSM to fall under the control of China. China is the other competing superpower in the region against the US. And as stated by the New York Times, and I quote, competition for dominance of the Pacific Ocean remains the most volatile source of conflict between the 2 nations, and the tensions are rising, end quote. The US would also be more careful simply because of the fact that China has been increasing its presence and influence within the FSM. With the FSM's Compact of Free Association being renegotiated in 2023, during compact negotiations, the FSM could use their strategic importance to the US as leverage to make them clean up their act concerning contributions to global warming and climate change. On the other hand, with China, the FSM could once again use their strategic importance in the region as a means of negotiating with the Chinese government. For example, the FSM could allow China to have a larger influence domestically. However, in exchange, the Chinese government would have to improve its policies about global warming and climate change. Leveraging the FSM's geopolitical importance is one way to assure negotiations take place and are effective. The point is, the FSM must be reasonable and think of other ways to address global warming and climate change with other nations rather than jumping straight to filing a claim against them. In other words, creating further conflict. The FSM has a choice of working with these other nations and coming to mutual agreements so that there is a better outcome and result for everyone. Negotiations will most definitely be more effective and will be a better solution because it will be less costly, take less time, and will allow both parties to work together to come to mutual agreements rather than to have disputes and fights against each other. This brings us to the end of our argument. So once again, my team and I are strongly against the resolution because there is a lack of legally binding agreements which prevents the FSM from filing a claim against other nations. Going to court against other nations would be a waste of resources due to how the ICJ system is designed. And there are better more effective options other than a lawsuit that will be beneficial not just to the FSM, but to all other pertinent nations and ultimately the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yap Catholic High School, for your main argument. At this time, I would like to invite Team Savior for your rebuttal. You have 5 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you, Team Yap. Now we know that you strongly believe negotiation is the better option, is the better alternative. However, how can you possibly believe that negotiation will bring out better results than this resolution? And you want, from what I hear, you want us to play US and China against each other. How can that bring about working together? You said it yourself, US does not want China's influence to spread further into our islands. By playing them against each other, pitting them against each other, you are influencing war between two major powers in this world. Furthermore, this resolution will bring about monetary relief. You may have said that money can't solve anything in your introduction. However, I beg to differ. How else are we going to build seawalls? How else are we going to build, fund projects to protect ourselves? You said it's a waste of resource and time. I say it's worth it. It's worth fighting for our islands. US and China, they're only 2 of 5 in the Security Council. So I'm guessing that leaves 3. Majority rules, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Chup, Team Yap, Team Savior, for your rebuttal. At this time, I would like to invite Yap Catholic High School. You have 3 minutes for your response.
Thank you, proponents, for your rebuttal. I shall now address the points you have made. Yes, it is true that monetary damages are important, and they can help us in some cases in fighting climate change. However, seawalls and infrastructure that will help us will not save all of our environment. It's not going to save the marine ecosystem. There is still global warming. It's not just a sea level rise. There's temperatures rising. There's pollution going on in the air. Also, for the United Nations Council, which you have mentioned, yes, US and China are only 2 members. However, it takes only 1 member to veto the ruling and the ICJ's decision is thrown out, or the case is thrown out or negated. Also, the examples that we have stated for negotiations with the US and China is simply using our geopolitical importance to assure that other nations work towards addressing the concerns of global warming and climate change. These specific examples do not have to be used. We are simply stating that there are other more effective ways. And it is a waste of resources to pursue a lawsuit because we are draining the FSM's economy, and the case will get nowhere because we are less than likely to succeed. And also it would be a waste of resources because it is not an effective way of using our resources. There are other more effective and better ways to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yap Catholic High School, for your response. We will now move on to the last section of this debate, the summations and conclusions. Each side will be given 4 minutes to do your conclusion. Proponents, Team Savior, you have 4 minutes to deliver your conclusion.
Everyone, I would like to start off by thanking everyone in this debate. What we have heard are multiple various effective ways for how the FSM can mitigate and come up from this situation that we all deal with. What we have said is that filing this claim will indeed help us from any natural disasters that comes our way. This will help us prepare for the future, in which the future generations have to deal with. This is for the future generations, such as us, because in the next 50 or 30 years, rising temperatures will not stop if the carbon emissions are not solved or slowed down. Doing this, filing this claim will help provide the FSM for an efficient way to help us get through such natural disasters that are caused by the carbon emissions. Being that filing this claim, we're able to file this claim because it is our human right. And from what we said earlier, it's also said in the article, in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that we have a right for a nationality. What is a nationality without a home? What is a nationality if these sea rising levels keep increasing? As I said earlier too, life, liberty, and security. If we do not solve this problem, then that Article 3 stating life, liberty, and security is just thrown away. And from our second point, these carbon emissions have harmed us. I would think that's self-explanatory. You can see all around us that typhoons, and you can see that Marshall Islands, also the FSM, but especially the Marshall Islands, are being seriously affected by this. And from our last point, the more developed nations who had the resources did not do anything until it was proven a threat. This was not put into the 1980s. This was not highlighted until the 1980s, but it was seen since the 19th century, as I said before. What we have said today are new ways as the future generation to stand up and fight for our island nations. If we do nothing, this will only end us all. As the president of the International Court of Justice said, and I quote, "Justice so delayed is justice denied." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Savior, for your conclusion. At this time, I would like to invite Team Yap Catholic High School for your conclusion. You have 4 minutes.
Throughout the years, the FSM has grown diplomatic relationships with various nations. Among them are the US, China, and India. The FSM established diplomatic relations with the US in 1986, with China in 1989, and with India in 1996. We have maintained these relationships for quite some time, and within that period, these nations have helped the FSM greatly through things like foreign aid and financial support. Would it really be a smart and sensible action to file a claim against bigger, more powerful nations with whom we have strong, enduring relationships, especially if we do not have legally binding grounds? It is true that we suffer from the effects of their pollution, but we must keep in mind that they suffer from it as well. Therefore, it is in all of our best interests to fight global warming and climate change by decreasing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, the FSM is not likely to succeed in filing a claim and would get much better results by negotiating and discussing with these countries rather than taking them to court and making demands. It's always better to have consultation and cooperation rather than confrontation and conflict. As said in a famous quote by John Dickinson, "United we stand, divided we fall." We must stand united and work towards negotiations and compromises that will benefit all of us. In doing so, we will save ourselves money, time, and valuable resources. For all these mentioned reasons, we are strongly against the resolution, which states, "Be it resolved that the FSM file a claim at the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations or host to large multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages." Thank you. That is all.
Thank you very much, Catholic High School, for your conclusion or summation. At this time, we will be moving on to the questioning. Judges, if you have any questions for clarification or comments for these debaters, the floor is yours.
Hello. This is Tammy Davis. I'm General Counsel to the FSM Court, and I have a question for the CHUP team. Xavier, are you there? Hi. What should be the criteria for who can sue and who can be sued, in your opinion?
Large multinational corporations, meaning that these developed nations who emit the most gases and emit the most carbon. Yeah.
You.
Tammy?
Yes. Okay, let me come up with a question for, yeah. Why should other countries be able to pollute the air and water and ruin the islands? They can negotiate until the islands are sunk.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat the question?
Sure. Should other countries be able to pollute the air and the water and just put off negotiations until the islands are overtaken? Is there no other redress?
We are not saying that we should not take action, and no, these countries should not be allowed to pollute our ocean and our environment. However, what we are against is the way that the resolution decides to respond to the issues of global warming and climate change, which is not effective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to congratulate both teams. You've done a wonderful job I appreciated your presentations, and I'll turn it over to fellow judges. If
Nothing, same,
Okay,
congrats.
Thank you very much, judges. Given that that is the conclusion of our first debate, once again, congratulations, team. You guys did an awesome job. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? Now, you are excused. You can go back to your waiting area until your next debate. We will take a few minutes break. And then the next debate will be between team CCA and STA. Thank you again, Yap. Thank you again, Xavier, Chuk, and see you in the upcoming debates.
Wow, these people that I don't know.
Judges, are you ready? Team STA, are you ready to proceed? CCA, ready? Okay. Good, we will start. Okay, thank you very much. Our second debate for today will be between CCA, Calvary Christian Academy, who will be debating for the proposition and STA, Seventh-day Adventists, who will be debating against the proposition. We will now start with the introductions. Each side will have 3 minutes to do their introductions. Our timekeeper, Ms. Lillian Anson, will be flashing the start and the stop time when your time is over. She will be also flashing 1 minute and 30 seconds warnings. So at this time, I would like to invite the proponents of the proposition. The MSTA, you have Team CCA, my apologies. Team CCA, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, judges and worthy opponents. We are gathered here today to discuss the resolution which states, be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim with the International Court of Justice against more developed nations who are hosts to multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. Ladies and gentlemen, for purposes of this debate, we will define the terms used in this resolution as follows. International Court of Justice. The court's primary function is to pass judgment upon disputes between sovereign states, developed nations, countries that have a mature and sophisticated economy, usually measured by their gross domestic product or GDP, and/or average income per resident. Countries such as China, United States of America, India, France, and Japan, and others. Multinational corporations, companies that operate in their own home countries as well as in other countries around the world. Companies such as Apple, Amazon, Chevron, and Saudi Aramco. Redress, remedy or compensation for a wrong or grievance. Claim, a demand or request for something once due. We will also refer to several acronyms, but we will define them as we go along. We, the affirmative team, understands that the process of taking a case to the ICJ is difficult. However, we believe that it is the FSM's duty to take actions to combat climate change and global warming before its effects are irreversible due to the following reasons. 1, losing our island means losing to climate change and global warming means losing our culture. 2, we are running out of time to combat climate change and global warming. And 3, it is a moral world. Throughout our main argument, we will further explain as to why it is imperative for the FSM to file a claim against more developed nations that are hosts to multinational corporations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, proponents, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents. Opponents, the MSTA, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings and my respect to everyone. On behalf of my team, it is with honor and humility that the SDA High School debate team represent the state of Pohnpei in this national debate. My team is against this proposition for many reasons. First of all, the ICJ's decision is not enforceable upon sovereign countries. No country in the world today has ever filed a climate change case before the ICJ. And the developed countries will never, ever agree to be bound by the decision of the ICJ because they know for sure that the decision will be against them. Next point, the ICJ cannot solve the problem of climate change. There is no past case with the ICJ that could be used as a basis for climate change action. The ICJ will not award compensation to the FSM because climate change is impossible to prove. There is no proven link between the industrial activities in New Jersey or the Czech Republic, with the tidal patterns, warming seas, and changing climate here in the FSM. There is no direct evidence. People are talking about this for sure, but there is no scientific proof. Any court action with the ICJ is pointless. Taking this case to the ICJ is a step in the wrong direction. It will not bring any positive outcome to the world, but would only tarnish our good reputation as a peaceful and peace-loving nation. FSM as a nation has survived for many years as a rich culture in harmony with nature. Nothing in 2020 or 2019 that made us need the ICJ. That is the problem at hand, ladies and gentlemen. COVID-19, it came and changed our lives, not the industrial progress in Houston, Chicago, or New Jersey. In this debate, we urge the affirmative side to take a pause and remind ourselves that just last week, President Panuelo issued the very first decree in the history of this nation, urging people to observe social distancing and prepare in the event of a lockdown due to possible cases of COVID-19. That is the present situation, ladies and gentlemen, not the ICJ case, not the global warming, and most certainly not the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, opponents, for your introduction. We will now hear main argument. Proponents, you have 15 minutes to deliver your main argument. CMS, CCA.
Years ago, the Mayan civilization in Mesoamerica thrived in the Yucatan Peninsula for over 3,000 years. Agriculture was a large reason for the Mayans' longevity, and the Grand City improved daily. However, in 900 CE, things changed drastically. Overpopulation and increased competition for resources significantly discouraged these people's livelihoods. Drought finally chased these peoples from their home. The Akkadian Empire in Mesopotamia that ruled for over 4,000 years ago turned to dust after a 300-year-long drought. The Khmer Empire, situated in Southeast Asia between 801 and 1431 CE, was brought down to its knees due to drought and violent monsoon rains. The Viking settlers of Greenland have even been speculated to have been chased from their lands due to climate change and global warming. Temperatures dropping so drastically that the land that they were in became basically unlivable. These four examples are examples of civilizations that became lost to humanity due to climate change and global warming. According to the Pacific Islands Climate Education Partnership, there are 4 climate change impacts that significantly damage our islands. They are higher air and ocean temperatures, sea level rise, changing weather patterns, and ocean acidification. Higher air and ocean temperatures directly harm our marine ecosystems such as coral reefs and the fish that swim about the reefs. Sea level rise causes coastal flood, erosion, and flooding. The changing weather patterns directly come into play with the El Nino and La Nina years. During years where the trade winds are stronger and the monsoon are weaker and the monsoon winds are stronger, it is considered to be an El Nino year, while during a La Nina year, the trade winds are stronger. During El Nino years, our waters are warm, and as a result, the fish in our exclusive economic zone migrate away from us towards the eastern waters, while during a La Nina year, the fish usually migrate west to our EEZ because of the cold fronts cooling our waters. According to Matthew Shibio, Deputy Director of the National Oceanic Resource Management Authority, commonly known as NORMA, the El Nino and La Nina years usually operate upon a cycle. And because we are able to predict when these years can happen, we can set up economic plans for our country, for our nation. However, because of climate change,
the El Nino and La Nina years have become so unpredictable that it could effectively damage our economic planning, in turn damaging our economy. Finally, ocean acidification, which results from excess carbon dioxide in the air dissolving into our oceans and changing the acid-base chemistry of our waters, in turn harming the life in the ocean, such as coral reefs, plankton, shellfish, and other marine life forms. Taking this information into account, it is quite obvious that our islands have a high potential of being lost because of environmental challenges. In 2009, the Carteret Islands in Papua New Guinea were flooded during an annual king tide season. During the flood, the natives were forced to string their belongings into fish nets and hang them across palm trees. These natives made headlines as the first climate change refugees. They even agreed the next year to relocate before the annual king tide season would return the next year. Other examples of climate change refugees would include the two Fijian villages of Unidadaloa and Denimoni. Unidadaloa was victim to coastal flooding, saltwater intrusion, and shoreline erosion. And as a result, they had to move 1.5 kilometers inland. On the other hand, Denimoni was victim to the tropical cyclone Evan, and it forced the natives to move 500 meters inland from the original site on a hill slope. These few instances are examples of small island developing states, commonly known as SIDS, which are islands of the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans that are relatively remote and vulnerable to environmental challenges, being forced to relocate due to climate change and global warming. Is it not fearful to think of the possibility of being forced to leave your home? Our Pompeian corals are dying. Kiribati landmass is shrinking. Marshall Island shoreline is receding. These examples are not exclusive to certain islands. They are inclusive to all of our islands. There is an obvious fear of us losing our islands. And if our land and ecosystems are gone, if they die, our home is gone. The next thing to disappear will be our culture. Culture is very important to our people. Traditional governments hold just as much weight as political governments. Respect is mandatory and it's practiced among children, adults, elders. We are trained to harbor hostile and caring natures towards other people. And all of this could disappear just because we did not take the appropriate action. Over the years, outside influences have attempted to enter our waters, and some have even tried to colonize. These outside influences include Portugal, Spain, Germany, Japan, and the United States. Their outside cultures influenced our cultures and altered it to their likeness. And this altered culture happened without us even leaving our islands. It is evident in the way we speak, in the way we act, in the way we look. It is even evident in our names. Now think of the scenario in which we actually leave our islands. Sure, you may teach your children and your grandchildren the way of their people, but it is hard to keep a culture rooted in your family when the surrounding communities do not share the same customs. How many generations will it be before our culture is officially gone? Will we become a civilization lost to all things except history? How can you stand by and not do anything when you know that the effects of this situation could possibly rid you of your homeland? Now my colleague will continue our main argument.
Now that we have discussed the possibility of losing our culture to the effects of climate change and global warming, we will go on to discuss the urgency of presenting our case to the ICJ. When I was a little girl, I held on to the words of past leaders that we would have all the time we need to better our world for our future generations. But soon, I realized that they were just empty words and that because of their greed and ignorance, we are now left to deal with the effects of climate change and global warming and other world problems. On February 27, 2008, Ambassador Nakayama referred to the warning by Dr. James Hansen of NASA, and I quote, 10 years from now, if actions are not taken, the world might pass a tipping point that will result in abrupt climate change in which the process will be irreversible, end quote. I would like to point out that this statement was made 12 years ago, and that we might already pass the tipping point of climate change and global warming. By 2030, satellite information confirms that the Marshall Islands will lose most, if not all of its landmass, and that water levels will rise by 7.5 inches. Sadly, it is not only the Marshall Islands that is sinking. Other islands such as Tuvalu and Kiribati have been sinking too. Will the FSM wait until her islands start sinking to act? According to the reports of the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to keep warming under 2 degrees Celsius by 2100, carbon emissions must be curtailed by 25% by 2030 and phased out completely by about 2070. Referring to what my colleague said, according to Matthew Shigio, Deputy Director of NORMA, the FSM earns $60 to $70 million per year from our fisheries. However, because of climate change, the El Nino and the La Nina have been much more unpredictable. During the El Nino period, the ocean temperature rises and our fish move east to the high seas, territories of the ocean where no country has jurisdiction. If our EEZ does not have enough fish, fishing vessels will not want to fish in our territory, leading to the loss of the income we earn from our fisheries. This is just one example of how climate change will affect us economically. Citizens of the FSM, the islands of our fellow islanders such as the Marshall Islands, Kiribati, and Tuvalu are already sinking. Soon this island too will be disappearing right before the eyes of today's generation, and you can still stop this by taking actions to combat climate change and global warming. According to an article by Larry Gilman, island countries have been responsible for emitting less than 1% of human-produced greenhouse gases. This proves that just taking actions in our own island is not enough when we are not even contributing to 1% to the carbon emission. The effects of the pollution by the corporations in the more developed nations are stronger than our pollution. Will we have to wait till our islands start sinking, or will the FSM take the chance she is given right now to fight for her islands? You may have heard other young people like myself use some similar example, but I will repeat it and apply it directly to my own life. In 2070, I will be celebrating my 68th birthday. If I have grandkids, will I be able to tell them that the FSM took a stand to protect our islands from the effects of climate change and global warming while she still had time? Or will I sadly look in their eyes and tell them stories, just stories of a beautiful island that once existed? When we hear about an innocent man that was wrong, we feel anger towards the person who wronged him and that he deserves justice. Taking our case to the ICJ would start a conversation for a change to help small islands like us. According to an article published by Jaspreet Kindra in 2014, in 2010, former Palau President Toribio raised a question to the UNFCCC, an organization whose objective is to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations at a level that would prevent dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. He proposed a resolution and had to obtain majority support from member countries to pose the question, and I quote, what are the obligations under international law of a state for ensuring that the activities under its jurisdiction or control that emit greenhouse gases do not cause or substantially contribute to serious damage to another state or states, end quote. Although this resolution did not receive majority support, small island states and some developing countries supported the resolution. Even though Palau was told to back down by the US and asking for an advisory opinion from the ICJ, other countries expressed the support for the idea of an ICJ approach. A spokesperson from the German Environmental Ministry told IRIN that Germany was generally open to the initiative and to explore the idea of an advisory opinion by the International Court of Justice, end quote. However, Palau sought for the ICJ's advisory alone. We, the affirmative team, proposed an idea that the FSM take a case to the ICJ for an advisory opinion with the support of the SIDS. Helen Keller once said, "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." Most of the Pacific Island SIDS are signatory to the Kainaki II Declaration, which is the strongest statement the Pacific Islands Forum has ever issued collectively on climate change, and will stand as key instrument to support the Pacific's collective voice against climate change crisis. The steps of an advisory application are as follows. 1. Advisory proceedings begin with the filing of a written request for an advisory opinion addressed to the registrar by the United Nations Secretary General of the Director or Secretary General of the entity requesting the opinion. And 2, a few days after the request has been filed, the court draws up a list of the states and international organizations that are likely to be able to furnish information on the question before the court. By taking this case to the ICJ, FSM will inspire not just islands, but more developed nations as well to combat the effects of climate change and global warming. William Cobbett once said, "You never know what you can do till you try." Citizens of the FSM, let us prove to these big nations that although the FSM is a small dot on the map of the world, our determination to fight for our islands to ensure that our people will still have a place to call home in the future is big. To sum up our argument, we must bring this case to the ICJ due to the urgency effects of climate change and global warming while we still have time. Lastly, there is a likelihood for other organizations such as the SIDS supporting our application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, proponents, Team CCA, for your main argument. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents, Team STA, for your rebuttal. You will have 5 minutes to deliver your rebuttal when you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, I'd first like to thank my opponents on their claim on the affirmative side. First point, we have to not be emotional here. We must be realistic and not use emotion because this case could lead in the wrong direction. Second point, our opponents went off topic. They said that climate change and global warming, they talked about that, but that is not the issue here. The issue here is about bringing this to court. Third point, they said that this proposition is urgent. This is false because according to an article published in Nature Climate Change on May 19, 2020, the daily global carbon emission decreased by 17%, and the average reduction per country is about 26%. This is due to canceled air travels and factory shutdowns. Another study by Global Carbon Project stated that in China, industrial shutdowns are estimated to have caused a 25% drop in carbon emission in February 2020. First, it means that global warming might be slowing down and could even reverse. Second, it means that bringing this to the World Court is not urgent. And before filing this case with FSM, with the US, and all the more developed countries, we must first negotiate. And the two largest carbon emitters, because they are the two largest, US and China. This is in line with the ICJ decision in nuclear cases filed by Marshall Islands. We should remember that going to court should always be our last resort. And our opponents stated about experts. These so-called opinions are not unanimous. In fact, there are respected experts who do not agree with this case. For example, Dr. Lucas Bernkamp, Professor of International Environmental Law from Erasmus University in Rotterdam, said that courts are poorly equipped to examine complex, politically charged, and controversial scientific issues. Judges generally lack substantial scientific training and may not understand the scientific method. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your rebuttal. USTA. At this time, I will invite the proponents, Team CCA. You have 3 minutes for your response to the rebuttal. When you want.
According to our opponent, they said that we should not be emotional about this topic. How can you say we cannot be emotional when we stated that the effects of climate change, the result of it is us losing our culture and our island? Another thing that they stated is that that we went off topic. We were merely emphasizing the effects of climate change and further emphasizing the fact that climate change is real. And they said that we are talking about bringing this case to court. Well, when we go there, they will ask us, what is our reason to go there? And we will tell them that the effects of climate change, because of the pollution from other nations, is affecting our island. And they stated that it should be our last resort. This is our last resort. We have tried negotiating, we have tried talking to other nations that we even use the example, we even use the Palau cases as an example that people have raised this question, this resolution to UN organizations. So yes, this is our last resort to combat climate change and global warming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team CCA, for your response. At this time, I would like to invite the STA, the opponents, to deliver your main argument. You have 15 minutes.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we oppose this proposition for the following reasons. First point, climate change action to the ICJ is untested. No country ever filed this kind of case before. Palau tried in 2011 to bring action to the ICJ by asking the UN General Assembly to issue a resolution seeking for an advisory opinion, but Palau failed. The UN General Assembly did not allow Palau to file a claim. Former President Torbion of Palau urged the General Assembly about the impacts of climate change with the rising of sea levels resulting from greenhouse gas emissions, threatening to swamp Palau. In short, President Torbion used the same argument made by our opponent, calling for urgent action to stop climate change. But the UN General Assembly in New York didn't agree with Palau and the resolution failed. Moreover, many countries abandoned the case. It is reality in international politics that seeking climate change action to the ICJ is impossible because the small countries don't fight the big ones that provide them funding and assistance. Many of the aid for adaptation, mitigation, and renewable energy are from the developed countries. Taking them to court will discourage such assistance to continue. FSM will fail, just like Palau, if they were to actually file a claim before the ICJ. Second point, the proponents in this debate are unclear on how the World Court will assume jurisdiction in this case. It is not enough to say that we are taking this matter to the court. It is needed to demonstrate that they will accept the case. Otherwise, it is pointless. The ICJ has two types of jurisdiction. One, to issue advisory opinion, and two, to decide on contentious case. An advisory opinion needs a favorable resolution of the UN General Assembly, which is made up of 193 countries. As I said, Palau tried to secure this in 2011, but failed. Contentious cases, on the other hand, is a dispute between FSM and other country or countries. The proponents are seeking damages against developed nations, which means to say that this case is a contentious case, not an advisory opinion. But the problem for the affirmative side is that developed countries won't accept the court's jurisdiction. Either way, the jurisdiction in this case remains unclear. This is a major problem that the proponents fail to consider. Third point, there is no proof acceptable to the World Court that climate change and global warming are valid court action, while many island nations like the FSM are calling for climate change initiative. Many other experts don't believe this. Remember that climate had changed before. We had an ice age before factories and burned fuel even existed. Tuvalu and Vanuatu were planning on taking Australia and the US to the ICJ on the grounds that the rising sea levels that threaten it are caused by global warming. Okamatsu Akiko, a research fellow of Waseda University in Tokyo, Japan, analyzed the situation, and he explained, it is uncertain when exactly the case will be brought to court, or indeed whether it will actually be brought to court at all. But even if it is, there is at the present stage not much prospect that, whatever of the above formats the litigation takes, Tuvalu will emerge victorious. That is, achieve recognition of its demands for immediate measures to combat global warming and climate change. The law is unclear in allowing damages awarded by the World Court. Next point, an ICJ decision is not enforceable upon sovereign countries. Two major carbon emitters, US and China, will veto any attempt to enforce this decision in the Security Council. Other permanent members of the Security Council include France, Russian Federation, and United Kingdom would also oppose this decision. So even if the ICJ decides in FSM's favor, the decision cannot be enforced. No country in the world will ever agree to be bound by the ICJ decision. That will be against them. Next point, ICJ judges are mostly coming from developed countries. For example, China, France, Brazil, United States, Australia, Russian Federation, and Japan. How can we expect a fair ruling from them if the action filed will be against them? Next point, we do not have the adequate resources of taking this case to the ICJ. We should use our resources to pay for COVID-19 rather than spending it for lawyers and experts. And even if we have the experts, it will take years before our case will be heard by the World Court, with no guarantee that the decision will be in our favor. Next point, the reality of climate change is that the carbon emission is a vital part of economic development, even for developing countries like the FSM. We need industrial countries to produce food, goods, medicine, and emergency equipment, which are used during this pandemic. We can't stop using fuel for as long as we need food and supplies. Next point, these so-called experts in the world are divided on this climate change issue. Some believe that it is man-made and could be reversed, while others are opposed. It is also a fact that these so-called scientists are hired by lobbying groups to support businesses and other causes, including environmental protection and conservation. If there was a consensus on climate change, then an ICJ case would have been filed years ago. The fact is that scientists do not agree among themselves in this climate change issue. Next point, FSM is negotiating with the US to review the amended compact, including financial support. If FSM files this case, then US will be the #1 defendant, along with China and other places. The US won't agree to support the FSM compact if that is the case. Also, China will be the #2 defendant. If that is the case, then China might stop providing funding and assistance to the FSM. Remember that just last week, FSM Congress accepted a $3 million donation from China to the FSM Trust Fund. This kind of donation will stop if China becomes a defendant in an ICJ action filed by the FSM. Moreover, during this pandemic, China donated several emergency supplies and equipment. Once again, once China becomes a defendant in the FSM's case, then it will affect the efforts of FSM to combat this pandemic. Next point, the ICJ cannot award compensation to FSM because it is impossible to prove that the CO2 emissions in other countries are causing the climate change in the 607 islands here in the FSM. Even the climate change experts in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change are not saying that the cause of carbon emission in one country is the cause of climate change in another. With this, FSM's case is already a failure due to lack of evidence. Next point, global carbon emission is reduced because of COVID-19. Nowadays, there are less air travel. Plus, manufacturing businesses around the world have stopped. Many have gone bankrupt. This means that fuel burn is far less. The result, less global warming and reduced carbon emission. Next point, the ICJ has no jurisdiction to take up climate change action. The fact that no country has ever filed a climate change case to the ICJ before simply means that the international law is not supporting this case. In 2014, the Marshall Islands have filed cases with the ICJ against United Kingdom, Pakistan, and India regarding the nuclear disarmament. All cases were dismissed for lack of jurisdiction. The same thing will happen to the FSM case. Last point, the ICJ is not the proper forum for climate change litigation. The IDLAS, the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea, would be a better venue given that the FSM is a party to the Law of the Sea Convention. Also in the case of IDLAS, it does give advisory opinion if a case were to be filed, but the ICJ has the option of refusing to issue one. Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, these are difficult decisions that the proponents in this debate did not consider. We must stop this proposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, opponents or Team STA, for your main argument. At this time, we will hear a rebuttal. Proponents, Team CCA, you will have 5 minutes to present your rebuttal. When you're ready.
my opponent stated that climate change is not provable. However, there is proof whenever oil is extracted from the ground and sent to international markets. While being sent to the international markets, tankers have the chance to run aground and spill all their oil into the water. This has happened before with the Pacific Island, and it killed their marine ecosystem. After the oil, it doesn't stop there. After the oil is bought in the international market, it is sent to gas distribution, which is used in motor vehicles, which in turn contributes to the CO2 emissions. Convert this gas into CO2, and there is your proof. There is your proof that companies like Chevron and Saudi Aramco are contributing to climate change. And if it is not the multinational corporation's fault, then whose fault is it? The leading corporation in carbon emission is Saudi Aramco, which is an oil company located in Saudi Arabia. And they produce 432 billion tons of CO2 every year. Climate change is a natural phenomenon. According to an article by Renee Cho, today, and I quote, today, CO2 levels are 40% higher than before the Industrial Revolution began, end quote. Yes, it might have been a natural phenomenon years ago, but because the countries have been developing and building more factories, of course we're producing more CO2. And on another note, my opponent stated that we've never filed a case, no climate change case has been tried to file before, and they mentioned the Palau case. However, Palau failed on this case because they were told to back off because Palau was in the middle of negotiating their compact with the United States. And if they were to go further on with this case, the US would cancel the negotiation. This was all said by the legal representative of the UN, Clement Yawala. They also stated things about the advisory cases and the contention. In our main argument, we brought forth a solution of an advisory opinion. And we acknowledge that despite that advisory opinions do not have binding forces. However, the court's advisory opinions nevertheless carry great legal weight and moral authority. They are often an instrument of preventive diplomacy, and they help to keep the peace. In their own way, advisory opinions also contribute to the clarification and development of international law, and thereby strengthening peaceful relations between the countries. My opponent also went on to state that we should be using our resources to pay for, we are using carbon emissions to pay for COVID-19, to cope with the COVID-19. However, we are receiving funds from the United States to protect ourselves from COVID-19. It is not our money. And also, how can you say that we need all these things coming in to cope with COVID-19, all this food? We don't need the produce from other places. We don't need watermelons from wherever else. We can grow it ourselves. We don't need all this canned meat. We have our own food sources right here. It's just that nobody is using them wisely. How can you say? So are you trying to say that we should take these bribes from other places and back off just because we're receiving money from other places? We shouldn't be filing this lawsuit because the funding from other countries is in danger. You're going to compare this amount of money to the fact that your food might just disappear. Are you really going to put a price tag on where you come from? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Opponents for your rebuttal. At this time, we will give 3 minutes to the opponents, the MSTA, to do their response to the rebuttal. MSTA, whenever you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, thank you, opponents. But we must remember that right now we are getting adaptation funds to adapt to climate change. And if we bring this to the ICJ and without the enough resources, money, and time, and lose this case, we will not get the money we need. Because what is our goal here? To get money and try to reverse things? Will money help? And if we don't win that, we lose the case. And if we lose the case, we will also lose our adaptation fund that we are getting from US, because US and China are the two biggest carbon emitters. And if we sue them, they will no longer help us. And the resources we have for public projects, we are getting them from US and China. But we are suing them, right? Since they are the two most carbon emitters, then they will not help us on this case since they are the ones being sued. We will not win this case, especially since it will be the first of its kind. And we will not have enough allies because these allies need these developed countries, especially during this pandemic. They need the money and the resources just as much as we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, opponents or the MSTA, for your response. We will now hear the summations. Each side will be given 4 minutes to do their conclusion. Opponents, Team CCA, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
In today's debate, we, the affirmative team, have provided reasons why the Federated States of Micronesia should file a lawsuit against the more developed nations over the damages caused to the islands as a result of climate change and global warming. We have done so by emphasizing that losing our land could be losing our culture, that our situation right now is very urgent, and that filing a lawsuit would actually work if the states all banded together to advocate a claim towards a world full of ground. I do not want to have to leave my home. I do not want to have my descendants know about where we come from only through a history class. I do not want to see my people disappear. Which is why we, the affirmative team, advocate that we take a strategic approach to filing a lawsuit against the more developed countries and making ourselves be heard. Because the fact of the matter is, most of the carbon emissions are coming from the more developed nations, from their vehicles, from their factories, from their multinational corporations. As we have stated before, the FSM contributes less than 1% of the carbon emissions in the world. So it is obvious to see that the cause of our situation does not entirely rest in our hands. However, the situation itself does, which is why we need to take a stand for our home. We need to take a stand for our culture. We we need to take a stand for our identity. What am I supposed to say if in the future my grandchild asks me what a turtle is? I would not be able to answer that question without feeling regret for not having pushed to fight against climate change and global warming. I would feel heartbreak because I can't show him physically what a turtle is. I have to tell him that we let it disappear. We let turtles go to climate change and global warming. It would break my heart because I can't show him where I come from, the place I called home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, proponents or team CCA, for your conclusion. At this time, let us hear a conclusion from the opponent or team STA. Team STA, you have 4 minutes.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, up to this point, we remain puzzled of the affirmative side. There was no valid argument made as to why we should rush this case to the ICJ in the middle of a global shutdown and pandemic. Our nation is not drowning of climate change or global warming, but rather, just like the rest of the world, FSM is trying to survive this pandemic. As of today, COVID cases have reached 25 million globally. Filing an ICJ case at this point in time is distracting us from fighting in this pandemic. Up to now, the proponents are unclear as to how the court will have jurisdiction in this case. From both advisory opinion and contentious case, the proponents have failed. As we explained, Palau tried the advisory opinion, but failed. Vanuatu and Tuvalu were planning on taking a contentious case against US and Australia, but have also failed. The international law is not supporting an ICJ action. That is why countries are stuck. There was no evidence presented proving the damage that could be awarded by the ICJ. The fact is that it is impossible to prove that the sea level rise in FSM was caused by factories in US, Japan, and many other countries. No expert had shown direct evidence, not even our opponents. Our opponents were passionate in appealing the urgency of climate change and global warming. However, that is not the controversy here, but rather the filing of an ICJ case and proving damages which had no evidence whatsoever. Even assuming that the ICJ awards compensation, it will be an award against China and the US being the #1 and #2 carbon emitters in the world. It gives us a bigger problem because the US might stop funding the compact and China might stop giving support to the FSM. This will create friction between the FSM and its partners. With all due respect, do the proponents in this debate take these factors into consideration? I highly doubt it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, STA, for your conclusion. We will now move on to the last part of this debate. Judges, if you have any questions for clarification or comments to these debaters, this is the time.
Thank you, moderator. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can they hear? Hello, Belen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask a question first to the CCA team. This is maybe not really a question, but more of a clarification. It may have dropped offline when they were addressing it, so I just want to clarify. So to the CCA team, the proponents of the resolution, I just want to see what they thought about the one of the main arguments for the other team that talks about how we risk the foreign assistance that we receive, mainly probably from US and China has argued, if we were to file a lawsuit at the ICJ. Did you get the question? I can repeat it.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yes. I wanted to see if they could clarify their thoughts on the argument that we risk foreign assistance from developed countries if we were to file this lawsuit at the ICJ. They may have touched on it during the rebuttal, but I couldn't fully grasp. And it's for the CCA team. Why aren't they at the podium?
Carla, can you please repeat the question one more time, please?
Just a question. I wanted to get the thoughts of the proponents of the resolution, their thoughts on the argument that we risk foreign assistance if we were to file this lawsuit at the ICJ. Oh my goodness. Oh.
In our rebuttal, the affirmative team stated that we thought it was risk. We thought that us taking money should not be us receiving foreign assistance in terms of money is not as important as keeping our islands safe from climate change and global warming. You cannot put a price tag on your culture. You can't put a price tag on your identity. You can't put a price tag on your home. Did you hear me well?
I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask one for
questions or
SBA.
comments?
I heard, I believe they may have mentioned in their rebuttal, but I couldn't grasp exactly what they were trying to say. So yes, I have a question for the SBA team. In light of the arguments that they presented, I was just wondering if they have any other solution besides filing a case at ICJ. If they don't believe that that is the best course of action to take, do they have a alternative recourse?
Carl, can you please repeat the question again?
Okay, I will. I was just wondering for the SBA team, for the opponents of the resolution, whether they have an alternative solution other than bringing a lawsuit or a case to the ICJ.
honorable judges, we'd first like to negotiate with the youth in the more developed countries. They have embassies here, but we have never sat down and spoken to them. There's no valid evidence saying that we've negotiated with the more developed countries on this case. That should be our first solution. That is why going to court should be the last resort. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I
Thank you
was
very
just gonna say thank you. I
Other
heard-
questions?
No, just a comment. I was struck by the sort of passionate presentations by both sides. And I'd like to congratulate you in being the teams that are here today. And I think you did a great job. Thanks.
Ellen, you have any?
Nope, not at the moment.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the conclusion of our second debate. Let's congratulate again these kids for the outstanding performance by. We will now take 1 hour lunch break. Lunch will be provided. Time now is 12:30. We will come back here at 1:30. The next debate, third debate, will begin at 1:30. And the teams that will be debating are Seventh-day Adventists, who will be debating for the proposition versus Xavier High School. Thank you very much. And I ask that teams remain at this facility until the next debate. We want to start on time. Again, Kalana. We have enough food for everybody, so please feel free to go. Thank you.
Okay. But they don't face each other.
You're 20.
Team Chuk. Team STA, please take your seats, please. Okay. Can you guys see this? Can you see? All right. Welcome back. We are on our third debate this afternoon. The third debate will be between STA High School and Xavier High School. Before I go any further, Team Chuk, can you hear me? Where's the other debater? Okay, thank you very much. Before we go on, first let me reintroduce the two teams that will be debating this afternoon. The team that is debating for the proposition is Team STA. The debaters are Ms. Sofia Bacalando and Victoria Tiara May Carl, and their alternate is Amber Mia Nakasuna Senda. And the team that is opposing the proposition is Team Xavier. The debaters are Giovanni Nedelik, Tesani Chiro, and the alternate is Kiblain Suka. Anyways, Team Bombay, are you, or Team STA, are you ready? Okay. Team Chuk, Team Xavier, are you ready? Thank you. Judges, can you hear me? Thank you. Okay. We will start now with the introductions. Proponents of the proposition. You have 3 minutes. STA, you have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings and my respect to everyone. I thank you for this opportunity to debate on a very important topic that is very relevant to this nation, this generation, and for the future generations of Micronesians. The proposition is, be it resolved that the FSM file a claim with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are hosts to large multinational corporations, which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. During this debate, we will prove that filing a case with the ICJ is necessary. It is the right thing to do according to international law to protect the interests of FSM. It is necessary for this generation and for the future generations to come. We will demonstrate that taking this to court is needed to face our climate change issue. The leaders in the Pacific during the Foreign Leaders meeting in Tuvalu last year considered the climate change crisis facing our Pacific Island nations. They were united in their call that any failure to act will impact not just us, but our children and all generations to come. The time to act is now, they declared. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for FSM to be bold, innovative, and diligent in asserting its rights. In order to survive, we believe that the international law gives a strong basis for making a claim before the ICJ to address climate change. We are well aware that there will be doubters who believe that will fail, but my team and I believe that success belongs to the strong will. If we do not assert our right under international law, then no one will. And if we do nothing now, then our future is bleak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, STA, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents. Team Xavier, please do your introduction. You have 3 minutes for your introduction.
Good afternoon. Mokatin, Lenwa, Kasalel, Rarandim. My name is Tishne Umiko Morichiro, and I am here alongside my partner, Giovanni Nedalo. We are here proudly representing Xavier High School and the state of truth. Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. What is well and clear is that climate change brings distraught and destruction to the Federated States of Micronesia because of its vulnerability. However, let us not forget that the whole world is also affected, no matter how developed a nation is. The effects of global warming is a worldwide predicament, and as an entire community within the United Nations, the best solution is to bring the problem down together. If we really want justice, then working together and more efficiently with these other nations could help us find better ways to stop climate change from harming us more. We were fortunate enough to get the chance to discuss these matters of the resolution with Yolanda Joab Mori, founder and executive director of Island Pride, an FSM NGO that promotes resilience through involvement, development, and education. She went on to say, and I quote, "For me, fighting climate justice isn't about just one end result or a silver bullet we can one day get and then can all be done with it," end quote. To gain a real development will come with the togetherness of the United Nations and not just from a check given to us. So we argue that the FSM should not file this claim for the following reasons. First, the resolution is selfish, in which these more developed nations have their hands full. Secondly, the more developed nations have already begun to mitigate climate change. And lastly, instead of filing a claim, the Federated States of Micronesia can make a peaceful negotiation under the UN Charter. With this, the Federated States of Micronesia can find a better solution to the climate problem that the whole world faces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for your introduction. At this time, we will hear the main argument. Proponents, Team STA, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, filing a claim with the International Court of Justice against nations that are causing global warming and climate change is important at this time. Such claim will include compensation for the damage caused to the environment. The ICJ is the World Court. It is made up of experts in international law. In past cases, the ICJ resolved difficult legal problems about the meaning and enforcement of international treaties. We believe that this important issue about climate change can be resolved by the World Court. It is time for FSM to step up and exercise its right under international law. I will explain the reasons for why we are supporting this proposition. First point, international law. Filing a climate change case with the ICJ has basis under international law. Michael Gerard, an expert in climate change law from Columbia University and at Georgetown University in New York, wrote a book in 2013 called Threatened Island Nations. He explained, and I quote, If island nations are forced to resettle, many have argued that they should recover damages for harms received. One possible method for imposing liability is breach of treaty claim under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Jacob Wordsworth, professor of law from the University of New York and at Georgetown University, said that such claims may have merit in large part because of the UNFCCC's focus on climate harms, recognizing that harms is associated with climate emissions and its linkages to UN dispute settlement provisions. Worksman added that a state's primary obligation to limit greenhouse gas emissions can have its source in both treaty and customary law. The treaty governing this is the UNFCCC. With all this in mind, there is a legal basis for taking this case to the ICJ. Second point, global warming causes extreme weather and storms. This is according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. The IPCC is a body of experts in climate change established by the UN in 1988. It made its last report in 2019, just last year. Excessive carbon emission leads to global warming, and this is something that we should stop. Large companies make money by burning fuel, causing carbon emission to be released into the atmosphere. The result, global warming and climate change. For a small island nation like the FSM, this is dangerous because our islands will disappear with the rising of sea levels if the global temperature continues to go up. Third point, regarding compensation and money damages. Damage caused from global warming, the injuries from extreme storms and moving shorelines, as well as the destruction of corals and marine species could be quantified and measured. We use experts to do this, and those experts will provide evidence to the ICJ in order to calculate the damage. This could be done under international law. Next point, the no harm principle. From our research, we came across a legal principle in international law called the no harm principle. It simply means that state is duty bound to prevent, reduce, and control the risk of environmental harm to other states. We also came across an actual court case decided by the ICJ in 2018, where for the first time, the World Court awarded compensation for environmental harm. This was the case of Costa Rica versus Nicaragua. In that case, the ICJ awarded compensation to Costa Rica. Nicaragua complied with this decision and paid Costa Rica its award. Not only that, after the settlement of the legal case, the relationship between the two countries have improved. Based on this, we believe that bringing a climate change case could create a positive outcome to the world. It will clarify the rights of nations that are affected by climate change and global warming, and it will weaken future violations and harms to the environment. Next point, possible allies. FSM enjoys the support of other nations in this kind of case. We must remember that many countries in the world are island nations. In the Pacific alone, there are more than a dozen members of the Pacific Island Forum who are supporting this climate change initiative in order to protect future generations. Many island nations can be found with the Caribbean islands and the Indian Ocean. For example, we have Barbuda, St. Martin, St. Kitts, many more from the Caribbean islands, as well as Seychelles, Madagascar, Maldives, and many more islands from the Indian Ocean. Global warming and climate change has affected us all, not just everyone in this room, but the entire world. We must protect all life, our environment, our history, our culture, not to mention the livelihoods we need in order to keep providing for our families. We must act now if we want a better tomorrow. This isn't just for our generations, but for the future generations to come. What about all the other island nations that have it worse than the FSM? What about the drowning islands that have been suffering during this issue? Drowning islands such as Kiribati, Tuvalu, Nauru, and many more. What about the 607 islands here we have in the FSM, or the 1 million square miles of ocean we have here? If we do nothing now, then we won't have an island to look back to. We won't have an island to call home. We must not let doubt hold us back from saving lives and our home. Circling back, by taking this case to the ICJ can be the push we need to secure a bright future for now, for this generation, and for tomorrow, the next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tieng, for your main argument. At this time, Team Savior, you will have 5 minutes to rebut whenever you're ready.
Thank you to SDA for giving us your main argument. So, you said that this claim explains that we would have to file a claim with the International Court of Justice. And the International Court of Justice, whatever claim they have to uphold, they have to bring it to the Security Council. And what does this mean? That means the nations within the Security Council is the US and China, in which if USA pulled out of the climate change fund negotiation thing. So this cannot ensure that the ICJ will indeed be able to withhold this lawsuit, this claim. We agree that we must protect our island nations, but filing this claim is not the best alternative. There are multiple ways to negotiate with the more developed nations. And for your third point, I believe you stated that it's a strong basis for success. However, does the FSM have the funds and the willpower and everything else to be able to withhold such a claim? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for your rebuttal. At this time, we will allow the proponent to stay to respond to it. The MSTA, you have 3 minutes to respond.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, I'd first like to thank my opponents on their claim. They stated that ICJ judges are appointed by developed countries. It is not true. ICJ is a court of international law. Yes, they are appointed by developed countries, but it gives legal interpretation of the convention and customary laws that are accepted by the community of nations globally. Its decision provides solutions to countries that are parties to legal disputes where their rights and obligations are under. Giving clarity to those rights and obligations could provide effective solutions to a global problem. Next point, they stated that we do not have resources, but we do have resources. How can you say that we don't have resources when $62 million was approved by Congress? How can you say we do not have resources when $500,000 was approved to buy a boat? How can you say we do not have resources when our government wouldn't be functioning without the resources we have today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. proponents or STA for your response. At this time, I would like to invite Xavier High School to deliver your main argument. You have 15 minutes for your main argument.
Before I begin, I would like to ask questions to allow you to ponder and reflect while we debate an issue that is currently threatening our islands today. Do you think we're ready? Do you believe we're ready for a change that's coming? Do you believe we're ready for climate change? Have we prepared ourselves for the coming battle? Have we done enough to now turn to other countries and criticize their efforts in fighting climate change? Let us begin. Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim with the International Court of Justice against the more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations that contribute heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. I must say, this resolution is as selfish as it gets, thinking only of our needs and neglecting the fact that the developed nations themselves are victims of climate change. In Australia, for example, they faced a wildfire that hazed more than 37 million acres of land. Imagine the number of displaced people. They even have endangered species in Australia now, native species such as the koala. In the United States, they are bringing in expert firefighters from Canada and Australia to deal with a wildfire in California that expands more than 400,000 acres. In China, they face not one, not two, but three of the world's most devastating floods since the 1950s. And they happen to have a dam that is the biggest in the world that's on the verge of overflowing. Need I go on with how climate change is pressuring and changing the lives and livelihoods of the developed nations? Italy feels so pressured that they felt the need to up their game, making climate change lessons compulsory for all children. France recorded their hottest temperature yet at 114 degrees Fahrenheit. How can anyone enjoy a day out with that kind of heat? Compared to ours, their danger seems more imminent. Climate change, however, is not their only issue they face. For example, in the US, they are having a major battle against inequality. In China, they face poverty at an extreme level. Although they have the second biggest economy in the world, their poverty level is among the highest in the world as well. Italy, they have a political crisis. According to CNBC, an American paid television news owned by the nationwide NBC, their prime minister has threatened to step down because of conflicts between two major parties, the Lega and M5S. Great Britain is currently facing an immigration crisis that has bloated their population to becoming the biggest on the European continent. Do you still believe that we are justified in this approach? Despite their struggles, these developed nations still continue to help us. The developed nations have invested an insurmountable amount of effort in the fight against climate change. Yet this resolution begs to differ, saying their efforts are not enough. As a matter of fact, they've helped us out here in the FSM already, recovering from typhoons. Through agencies such as IOM, USAID, and European Union, they have helped local citizens here get back into their homes after they were destroyed. The initial fight against climate change began globally with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, otherwise known as the UNFCCC. The hopes of the UNFCCC was to decrease greenhouse gas emissions. Thanks to the UNFCCC, the Kyoto Protocol was born. In the Kyoto Protocol, 192 parties committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions. They did this according to two parts of a scientific consensus. First, global warming is real. And second, it is most likely human-made carbon dioxide that's the driving factor. Another example of how they have battled against climate change is the Paris Agreement of 2016. The Paris Agreement required signatory countries, which was 190 of 197, to provide action plans and climate funds to help developing nations. The action plans were for how each nation or country would decrease their greenhouse gas emissions. India devised a plan to achieve national growth while maintaining ecological sustainability. India is currently funding a climate research to better understand the one enemy we all share. Morocco has decided against fossil fuels and built a power plant of pure solar power. As you can see, the developed nations do show effort, and yet this claim says they need to donate more money to be exact. The developed nations have donated generous amounts of money to the UN for climate financing. These are the words of the director of Kashrai's Conservation Society, Mr. Andy George. He also says that we've received this climate financing to help our fight against climate change. To be exact, we received $2.4 million. Thanks to the money we've received, projects were able to be implemented, such as reforestation of mangroves, protected areas in our seas, food security, both mariculture and agriculture, building of water tanks so we have access to clean water, seawalls, and many more. Thanks to the more developed nations, we are now preparing for climate change. To go through with this claim would be disregarding the help that they've provided us thus far. Although it is a fact that they are the main emitters of carbon, at least they're trying to help. They're trying to fix their mistake. After all, a mistake only becomes a mistake if you refuse to correct it. This resolution is not the best way to solve our problems. Although they are the main emitters of carbon, the developed nations that is, they all shouldn't be shamed because there are those among them that are trying to condone for their mistakes. They can't be targeted like what this resolution wants, because although there are a few bad apples in a basket, not all the apples in a basket are spoiled. Furthermore, this resolution wants to ask for relief and monetary damages. If I understand it correctly, which I hope I do, this is asking for money. The resolution has just put a price on our islands, and that's a no-go. Our lives, our livelihoods, our islands cannot be compensated with money. No, a better alternative would be a negotiation with few selected developed nations that show promising progress, such as India and Morocco. These are examples of those type of countries. A negotiation is an interaction between two entities who compromise to agree on matters of mutual interest while optimizing their individual utilities. This should be our first option. Furthermore, in the UN Charter, Chapter 6, Article 33, it states that whoever causes harm to us, our nation, our security, should be dealt with through negotiation. The reason for negotiating with a selected few is plainly because we are but one country and the world does not revolve around our needs. However, with these negotiations, it could provide us with money to fund projects and help to manage them as well, so as to ensure success. Negotiation is also much cheaper than filing a claim. That's money used that we could have used to fight against climate change. And here in Micronesia, we do not demand for help. Rather, we ask when we are in need. Through negotiation, understanding is achieved. When understanding is achieved, help from both sides is provided. This resolution demands too much, rendering it selfish, and it targets those who have already begun the fight globally. A better alternative, as I've already said, is negotiation with specific developed nations. As Micronesians, we are the representatives of respect, and a resolution such as this is a spit in the face of those who played major roles in our creation and growth as a country. Thank you. That will be all.
Thank you very much, Team Savior, for your main argument. At this time, we will allow the proponents to rebut that argument. The proponents will have 5 minutes to do that. You may stay when you are ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable judges, I'd first like to thank my opponents on their claim on the negative side. I've heard what my opponent's side of the argument, but I am still not convinced with all due respect. The opponents fail to appreciate the importance and urgency of this proposition. Our opponent stated that FSM contributes and that we are being selfish. Yes, FSM contributes, but why do we do it? Because we fight. We fight to adapt, but they do it for money. We are trying, we are adapting here, we are fighting, we are not doing it for our own selfish needs. Next point, they are stating that there are floods in China and all over developed countries. But we must remember that which country contributes a lot more carbon? China. You are sympathizing them? But they are the ones causing us problems that they do not understand because their islands are not drowning as ours are. Because we must remember, on the maps, we are just dots. On the maps, we are surely to disappear. But for them, they have big islands. They don't understand the impact we're going through. Next point, they are saying that we need the money for projects. Are you saying that the projects are more important than our future? This is my generation we're talking about. This is the future generation we're talking about. This is important for all of us. The projects don't matter as much as our future. And as Yolanda Joab once stated, she's the national coordinator of the Blue Prosperity of Micronesia. She stated that it's not about the big solutions. It's about the small steps that create improvements. And doing this, it will be the first step. Will be the first change because we don't want to look back and think about the what ifs and what could have been. We want to look back and see we did something, we worked for something, and we changed something and have no regrets. We want to do it for our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, STA, for your rebuttal. At this time, we will allow Team Savior to respond. You will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, SDA. I would like to address a point you made about China not understanding and about how we have to sympathize with them and they don't sympathize with us. But I beg to differ. I mean, seeing as how they've been flooded, they can probably imagine what it would be like for our islands to drown. Just to prove that they are helping though. They have lessened their carbon emissions, China, in the past years, according to a New York article. And projects don't matter? Is that what you say? My God. Projects? These projects will help us in the future. I mean, they're gonna help us reach the future. Sure, they may be temporary, but you know, with a seawall here and there, the sea levels might, you know, still be down there and not invade our islands. And as Yolanda Job said, small steps, right? I believe that this resolution is a leap forward. It's like 100 leaps forward. Starting with the negotiation is a small step. That's a step that we can be proud of. And if the negotiation doesn't work, take a crack at the claim, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Xavier, for your response. We will now move on to the summations, the conclusions. Each team, each side will have 4 minutes for your conclusion. Proponents, Team STA, you have 4 minutes for your conclusion.
Honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen, we have all heard the arguments of both sides. For us in the affirmative side, we re-emphasize the urgency of this climate change case to the ICJ because we are not progressing in the negotiations. As we explained during this debate, the strongest basis for taking this to court is the 100,000 Micronesians and for the future generations to come. Our way of life will disappear together with our 607 islands if the dangerous trends of global warming and climate change will continue. We cannot allow this to happen because the international law is on our side. We cited legal experts to prove this point. We also have allies in the Pacific and in other regions who would be willing to join us in our case because this issue isn't just affecting the FSM, it's affecting the entire world. Finally, there is a past case of the ICJ awarding damage for environmental harm. The case of Costa Rica versus Nicaragua, our opponent had no evidence to refute this, with all due respect. Let us not be distracted by noise such as this pandemic or that FSM has no resources to support a case in the ICJ, because that is all untrue. We addressed this during this debate. We must not let doubt hold us back from doing the right thing. We must not let doubt hold us back from saving lives and our home. In conclusion, I thank you, honorable judges, for your time and our opponents as well for the useful exchanges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team STA, or proponents, for your conclusion. At this time, I would like to invite Team Xavier for your conclusion. Team Xavier, you have 4 minutes.
To finalize, the FSM should not file this claim. My team and I still strongly believe that. Firstly, it is too selfish. Secondly, it targets those who have already helped us. And lastly, there's a better alternative: negotiation. Filing a claim such as this would not bring us any good, and it does not abide with our culture of respect. As Micronesians, we set the course of where we're going. Playing the victim card leads to nowhere. We stand on the shoulders of our ancestors who have built our nation and fight. Fight against climate change with our own efforts and with the guidance of our Almighty God. Thank you, SDA. This has been a great, wonderful exchange of information. That will be all.
Thank you very much, Team Savior. Now, allow the judges, if you have any questions or comments for these two teams. Judges?
No, I got none.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no, for real. Like, nothing on my side. Oh, you did?
I have one for Xavier. For Xavier?
Can they hear?
Oh,
Can you hear?
Can you hear?
can you hear me, Belen?
Yes.
Oh, hi. You say that these lawsuits would be going against people who are helping us. What about the countries that don't provide any assistance to the FSM? That are large polluters? Would you have a problem filing suits against them?
No, not really. I wouldn't. But then, because this resolution includes all of those nations, so it kind of
Right.
presents a problem for how I look at my team and I look at things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything for SDA, please? Anyone?
Other judges, if you have any questions or comments? Well, thank you very much, teams. This is the conclusion of the third debate. Thank you, Team STA, and thank you, Team Savior. Let's give them a big round of applause for the awesome performance. Our third debate has been concluded. We will take a few minutes break to allow the staff to and the other debate teams to set up and get ready for the last debate. The two teams that have debated, you are allowed to sit in or tune in and watch the last debate. Thank you. We still have refreshments outside. Please help yourself with it while we set up. Thank you. Not a mute. Yep, Catholic. Hi, are you ready? There you go. CCA, are you ready? Okay. Judges? Okay, thank you very much, judges. IT teams, we are now on our last debate of the day. This debate, debate number 4, will be between Yap Catholic High School and CCA, Calvary Christian Academy. Yap Catholic High will be debating for the proposition. Calvary Christian Academy, CCA, will be debating against the proposition. We will now start with the introductions. Yeah, Catholic, you have 3 minutes to do your introduction.
Good afternoon. I am Trinity Adelia, and my partners for today's debate are Theo Thiessen and Sheldon Oraito. We would like to thank the judges, our fellow opponents, and everyone else who has made today possible. As the proponents, my team is for the resolution, which states, and I quote, "Be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia should file a claim in the International Court of Justice against more developed nations who are host to large multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages," end quote. We, the proponents, are for the resolution because of 3 main reasons. The first being, global warming and climate change are hindering the FSM's economic development. Moreover, there are benefits to curbing global warming and climate change now rather than later. Secondly, the FSM's children's development, identity, nationality, and very survival, alongside the disabled person's human rights, are being put at risk because of the actions of countries such as China and India, who have violated 2 treaties, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, or CRC, and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or CRPD. Last but not least, by filing a claim now, the FSM can gain support in a worldwide effort to raise awareness for global warming and climate change through a strategic case. These are our 3 reasons for supporting the resolution. In 1751 to 2017, the world emitted a total of 1.5 trillion tons of carbon dioxide. China produced 12.7%, and India took responsibility for an additional 3%. In 2013, China accounted for 26.83% of global greenhouse gas emissions, while India generated 6.65%. As previously mentioned, nations such as China and India, who have signed and ratified the CRC and the CRPD, have violated these 2 treaties. They have breached the rule of pacta sunt servanda, a core principle of international law. Therefore, the FSM must file a claim to discern, and I quote, "the nature or extent of reparations to be made for the breach of an international obligation," end quote, as mentioned in the statute of the ICJ. In summary, we, the proponents, support the resolution because for the economic benefit, not only for the FSM, but for also the world. Secondly, to hold major greenhouse gas emitters accountable for treaty violations. And thirdly, for the chance that the FSM has to step up and raise awareness by launching a strategic case. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yap Catholic High School, for your introduction. At this time, I would like to invite Team CCA for your introduction. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, judges and worthy opponents. We are gathered here today to discuss the resolution which states, be it resolved that the Federated States of Micronesia file a claim with the International Court of Justice against more developed nations who are hosts to multinational corporations which have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. Ladies and gentlemen, for the purposes of this debate, we, the negative team, will define these terms as follows. International Court of Justice. The court's primary function is to pass judgment upon disputes between sovereign states. Multinational corporations, companies that operate in their own home countries as well as in other countries around the world. Companies such as Saudi Aramco, Chevron, Amazon, and Apple. Redress. Remedy or compensation for a wrong or grievance. Relief, assistance, especially in the form of food, clothing, money, given to those in special need or difficulty. Claim, a demand or request for something considered one's due. Developed nations are countries that have a mature and sophisticated economy, usually measured by their gross domestic product or GDP. Countries such as United States of America, China, France, Japan, and others. Global warming refers only to the Earth's rising temperature, whereas climate change includes the warming and the side effects of warming, melting glaciers, heavier rainstorms, or frequent drought. We, the negative team, agrees that climate change and global warming are affecting our island. However, we disagree with this resolution due to the following reasons. 1, the power of the International Court of Justice is limited to advising and suggesting. 2, time and money are not a luxury in this course of action we are planning to take. And 3, it is very hypocritical to sue other nations upon allegations we ourselves are guilty of. We will further explain our points and explain why this resolution should not be passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team CCA, for your introduction. At this time, we will hear a main argument from Team Yap. Team Yap, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
We, the proponents, are for the resolution because of 3 reasons. 1, the FSM's economic development is being hindered, and there are economic benefits to stopping global warming and climate change right now. 2, major greenhouse gas emitters must be held accountable for treaty violations. And 3, the FSM has an opportunity to raise awareness for climate change via a strategic case. Before anything else, we want to bring to your attention a 2014 study conducted by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. This study revealed that the majority of the FSM's population lives in coastal zones, increasing their vulnerability to climate-related changes in precipitation, sea levels, storms, and coastal erosion. Now for our first point. Global warming and climate change, worsened by China and India, are hurting the FSM's economy by damaging the FSM's fisheries and tourism industries. The FSM's fisheries industry produces $31.8 million as of 2014. Meanwhile, the FSM's tourism industry produces approximately $43 million as of 2019. Global warming and climate change affect the FSM's fisheries industry, specifically by heating the FSM's waters, causing fish to migrate. As explained by data from NOAA, global sea surface temperatures have been increasing by 0.13 degrees Celsius per decade for the past 100 years. Moreover, according to a 2013 report by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, by 2100, the mean global ocean temperature will have risen 1 to 4 degrees Celsius. In addition, a 2013 study by Nature Research Journal found that fish in heating waters fled towards the poles to remain within their preferred temperature ranges. Lastly, as stated in the FSM's 2018 Economic and Fiscal Update, and I quote, fishing license fees reached $70 million for the first time in September 2018, end quote. With global sea surface temperatures rising 0.13 degrees Celsius per decade, and a predicted 1 to 4 degrees Celsius increase by 2100, it can be reasonably inferred that it will not be long until the fish within the FSM's waters flee towards the poles. As can be seen from the update, the FSM receives a large sum of money from licensing fishing vessels. However, if fish are driven out of its waters due to rising temperatures, the FSM will not be able to license as many vessels, hurting the FSM's economy. The effects of global warming and climate change on the FSM's tourism industry will be severe. The FSM's main tourist attraction is its marine environment. With global sea surface temperatures increasing, not only fish, but other marine organisms as well will begin to leave the FSM's waters. The rising water temperatures will also bleach corals, destroying the backbone of the FSM's marine environment. With its main tourist attraction ruined by China and India's emissions, how will the FSM attract tourists to its islands? Also, many of the FSM's hotels and resorts are located on the coast. For example, the Pacific Tree Lodge Resort on Koh Shrai. Already, 70% of the 363 households on Koh Shrai are experiencing coastal erosion caused by climate change. How much longer will it be before resorts like the Pacific Tree Lodge are affected by this issue, not only on Koh Shrai, but on the other islands of the FSM as well? If resorts are damaged or rendered uninhabitable by climate change-induced issues, worsened by China and India's emissions, where will tourists stay? With no ready accommodations, far fewer tourists will come to the FSM, which in turn will hurt the economy. Outside of the detrimental effects climate change will have on the FSM's economy, China, India, and other major greenhouse gas emitters stand to gain financially by keeping the planet from warming above 1.5 degrees Celsius. A recent study by Nature Research Journal quantified economic damages associated with global warming thresholds. The study discovered that by the end of this century, 71% of countries, representing 90% of the global population, would have a more than 75% chance of experiencing reduced economic damages at 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. Moreover, if warming was limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius, there would be a more than 60% chance that global benefits would exceed $20 trillion. Lastly, the study found greater reductions in global economic output beyond 2 degrees Celsius of warming. Accordingly, we must go through with the resolution to save not only the FSM's economy, but to save the global economy as well. Moving on to our second point. Regarding the Convention on the Rights of the Child, or CRC, China and India violated two key articles. First and foremost, Article 6, Section 2, which reads, and I quote, "States parties shall ensure, to the maximum extent possible, the survival and development of the child," end quote. Through their greenhouse gas emissions, ranked first and third in the world, China and India have failed to meet the obligations set forth by the aforementioned article, subsequently exacerbating weather events in the FSM. For example, from 1997 to 1998, an extreme drought took place in the FSM. China and India's greenhouse gas emissions are at the root of what worsened it. According to the University of Hawaii, insufficient rainfall caused water and food shortages of staple foods. Consequently, communities among the atolls survived only because bottled water and food supplies were imported. If it were not for foreign aid from organizations such as the US Federal Emergency Management Agency, it can be deduced that the children of the FSM would have suffered. The second article of the CRC that both China and India violated was Article 8, Section 1, which reads, and I quote, "States parties undertake to respect the right of the child to preserve his or her identity and nationality," end quote. The sea level in the surrounding waters of the FSM has been rising 10 millimeters per year, significantly higher than the global average of 3.2 millimeters. Unsurprisingly, a 2013 document written for the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization revealed that the FSM was experiencing coastal erosion and an accelerating rate of shoreline retreat. Prior to the release of this document, in 2007 and 2008, spring tides swept through the FSM, as explained by the University of Hawaii, laying waste to beaches, undercutting and damaging roads, intruding into aquifers and wetlands, and inundating communities. Since the islands of the FSM are a part of their occupants' identities, the extreme flooding, worsened by China and India's emissions, attacked not only the nationality of the FSM's children, but also their identity. Within the second treaty, violated by China and India, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, or CRPD, another pair of articles was broken, beginning with Article 4, Section 1, subsection C, which reads, and I quote, "States parties to the treaty have to take into account protection and promotion of the human rights of persons with disabilities in all policies and programs," end quote. According to Climate Action Tracker, the goals and policies China currently has in place will fail to limit global warming to the critical benchmark of 1.5 degrees Celsius, let alone the more commonly accepted goal of 2 degrees Celsius. China's estimated rate of emissions for 2030, even from an optimistic perspective, would still be deemed highly insufficient. On the other hand, India, according to Climate Action Tracker, increased coal consumption by 4.8%, or 27 million tons in 2017 alone. Moreover, in 2016, subsidies provided by the Indian government to coal companies amounted to $2.3 billion US. Individuals with disabilities are set up to be disproportionately affected by climate change due to several factors, including compromised health and physical limitations. Furthermore, a UN report on disability and development discovered that disabled persons in general were lacking education and practical knowledge. In the event of a climate change-induced emergency, educated persons would logically be able to make better, more rational decisions. Also, practical knowledge, such as how to swim, would be useful. Sadly, many disabled people are not able to receive even a rudimentary education or learn practical knowledge, like how to swim. The second article of the CRPD that was violated by both China and India is Article 11, which reads, and I quote, "States parties shall take, in accordance with their obligations under all necessary measures to ensure the protection and safety of persons with disabilities in situations of risk," end quote. As mentioned in the previous infraction of the CRPD, disabled persons would be disproportionately affected by climate change due to health-related issues, a lack of knowledge and education, along with physical limitations. Nevertheless, China and India are home to two of the world's top 20 greenhouse gas emitting entities, PetroChina and Coal India, which accounted for 0.73% and 1.07% of the 1,450.3 metric tons of global greenhouse gas emissions from 1751 to 2017. China and India's failure to control or regulate these companies has led to vulnerable persons being placed in a situation of risk. That is the current and approaching threats posed by climate change. Given China and India's blatant treaty violations, the FSM must go through with the resolution and hold these nations accountable for their actions. Now for our third and final point. If necessary, there is the option of making a strategic case. According to the Grantham Institute, and I quote, "A strategic case aims to influence public and private climate accountability. Strategic lawsuits would seek increased mitigation ambition, enforcement of existing mitigation or adaptation goals, or consideration of climate change as a part of environmental review and permitting. If this litigation were to be pursued, it would need to have a high profile to raise awareness for the threats posed by climate change. To raise the case's profile, the FSM could join forces with other nations, for example, Vanuatu, whose foreign minister, Ralph Reagan Vanu, is an outspoken advocate on turning to international courts to address the climate crisis. An example of what a strategic case accomplishes is best displayed through Juliana versus the United States. Filed in 2015, plaintiff Juliana asserts that the US government, through its actions that cause climate change, has violated the youngest generation's constitutional rights to life, liberty, and property. In March 2019, 15 briefs were filed in support of the plaintiff. Briefs were filed on behalf of, and I quote, members of the US Congress, legal scholars, religious and women's groups, businesses, historians, medical doctors, international lawyers, environmentalists, and more than 32,000 youth under the age of 25. Furthermore, in March 2020, 24 additional members of the US Congress and several leading women's, children's, environmental, and human rights organizations filed 10 more supportive briefs. Knowing the opportunity the FSM has to raise awareness and support for the plight of low-lying nations, not only in the Pacific, but throughout the world, we must go through with the resolution. For all these mentioned reasons, in our three arguments, we are strongly for the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yap Kadlikhaya, for your main argument. At this time, we will give the opponents the opportunity to rebut. Team CCA, you will have 5 minutes to rebut when you are ready.
My opponent stated that our economic development was being hindered by climate change, but then stated that we would need to go through with this lawsuit. My opponent never stated where we would get or receive the funds to go through with this argument. He also mentioned examples of climate change damages in our ecosystems, both in marine and land. However, he failed to acknowledge the idea that we might be causing these damages ourselves. For example, our coral could be dying because of ocean acidification, and I agree. However, according to Willie Costa, the FSM has been overfishing the Napoleon fish in our coastal areas, causing there to be a boom in population of crown of thorns because the Napoleon fish is a predator to the crown of thorns. Because of this bloom crown of thorns, they have been destroying our reefs, and that is our fault because we are overfishing and taking the Napoleon fish out, and they cannot eat the crown thorns, therefore causing an abundance of crown thorns, in turn damaging our reefs. We also mentioned that China and India must be held accountable for what they are emitting, the carbon emission they're emitting. However, he did not mention that China and India are also developing countries. They are not developed countries, they are developing because they make less per capita than actual developed countries, such as the United States and Great Britain and so forth. The ICJ's power is also limited to advising and suggesting, and their lack of power has been proven by China. Some years back, the Philippines filed a lawsuit against China over the South China Sea, in which China was making artificial islands to extend their maritime boundaries. Now, the Philippines and China both agreed to go through with this lawsuit, and it was actually taken up, and the Philippines won, and they provided evidence. However, because the ICJ did not have the jurisdiction to keep China accountable, China merely walked away and claimed that the Philippines had, and I quote, distorted facts, misinterpreted laws, and concocted a pack of lies. China also stated that it will, and I quote, will neither accept nor participate in the arbitration unilaterally initiated by the Philippines, end quote. What is the use of bringing a case to the ICJ and filing a lawsuit against more developed countries when the ICJ does not hold the power and jurisdiction to hold them accountable, and the other country can just walk away? It would just seem like we were just complaining, and the other party just didn't listen, just disregarded us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the CCA, for your rebuttal. At this time, I would like to invite Yap Catholic High School for your response.
We would like to take this time to address the opponent's rebuttals. The first point our opponents made is that we did not mention the funds we are going to use to file a claim through the ICJ. We would argue for using compact sector grants, local revenue, and as a last resort, the FSM could also dip into its trust fund, which is currently numbered at $700 million. The second point that our opponents made is that we are causing climate change. However, even if the FSM were to go carbon neutral, meaning we stopped emitting greenhouse gases, it would have no effect on the warming of the planet. Therefore, your point is negated. The third point our opponents made is that China and India are not developed nations. However, the resolution that we are debating this year does not pertain to developed nations. Rather, it is pertaining to more developed nations. And China and India are most certainly more developed than the FSM. Our criteria for a developed nation is a high GDP, advanced technology, and diverse sectors of industry. The fourth and final point our opponents made was that the ICJ can only issue advisory opinions. However, as we mentioned in our main argument, there are two treaties, the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which are legally binding given they have been ratified by both India and China and the FSM. Moreover, there is already a precedent within the ICJ of the ICJ awarding financial compensation for environmental damages. This was in the case of Costa Rica versus Nicaragua, in which the ICJ ruled in favor of Costa Rica, ordering Nicaragua to financially compensate Costa Rica for damages to environmental services and goods. Thank you, that is all.
Thank you very much, Yap Catholic High School, for your response. Now we will hear the main argument from the opponents. Team CCA, you have 15 minutes for your main argument.
The International Court of Justice, which is located in the Netherlands, has powers that are limited to advising and suggesting. Let me give an example. According to an article published by The Guardian, Philippines filed a case against China over the South China Sea due to the fact that China was creating artificial islands and claiming those islands to expand China's maritime boundaries. The ICJ upheld Philippines' claim in the South China Sea, and China responded by saying, and I quote, "A piece of paper destined to come to naught," end quote. China followed the statement by a threat of military escalation. During our interview with Clement Yao Mulala, the FSM legal mission to the UN, he stated that before a country can bring a case to the ICJ, the state must follow these steps. One, both parties must have a special agreement. 2, both parties are a part of a convention or treaty. And 3, the countries must agree to the court's jurisdiction. According to Article 36, Paragraph 2, the rules of the court, should any party amongst those found by the court to be in the same interest allege the existence of a separate interest of its own, or put forward any objection, the matter shall be decided by the court, if necessary, after hearing the parties. An example of this is the Marshall Island case filed in 2014 on grounds of nuclear testing damages. Before the Marshall Islands was able to file a claim in the ICJ, they had to accept a compulsory jurisdiction. Most of the countries being sued did not respond to the Marshall Islands claim. And even if the FSM were to file a case against the more developed nations, a state being a member of the UN Security Council has the right to refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoings. Of course, such action would tarnish the state's reputation, but what would we do about it? Shame them? We were privileged to have a Zoom interview with the FSM Permanent Mission to the UN, Jane Shigyal. At our meeting, Ambassador Jane Shigyal said that we must not disregard the thought of ruining our diplomatic relationships with the developed countries. An example of this is Palau considering taking a case to the ICJ. Palau was not able to take their case forward due to the fact that the former Palau president, Torreon, was asked by the US to tone down their push for the submission of their question. Lastly, if the FSM were to file a case in the ICJ, we must be able to prove that our case is urgent and have proof of the effects of climate change and global warming on our island. Let me ask you a question. What is more evident? The effects of climate change that is caused by the pollution of other countries, or our pollution? Islands have been voicing out their concerns about the effects of climate change and global warming on their islands. What will make the FSM's concerns about the effects of climate change and global warming any different from these islands? Instead of passing this resolution, the negative team proposes 2 different solutions to the resolution. 1, instead of taking this case to the ICJ, the FSM takes each case to the courts of each country. And 2, the FSM takes the case to the ICJ as an advisory application with the support of the cities. Having stated the limitations of the power of the ICJ and 2 solutions, I now want to discuss that bringing this case to the ICJ would take an extensive amount of time that we do not have. On February 27, 2008, Ambassador Nakayama referred to the warning by Dr. James Hansen of NASA, and I quote, 10 years from now, if actions are not taken, the world might pass a tipping point that will result in abrupt climate change in which the process will be irreversible, end quote. I would like to point out that this statement was made 12 years ago and that we might already be past the tipping point on climate change and global warming. An example of a case that took an extensive amount of time is the case filed by Croatia against Serbia on grounds of genocide that was filed in 1999, but was dismissed by the UN in 2015, 16 years later. As of right now, there are 15 pending cases in the ICJ, and 2 cases are currently being heard or under deliberation. Though the average case takes 7 years from filing to resolution, we will most likely be at the very bottom of the list of pending cases. By 2030, just 10 years from now, satellite information confirms that the Marshall Islands will lose most, if not all, of its landmass, and that water levels will rise by 7.5 inches. As I have stated in my previous point that having proof is crucial, the process of proving the effects of climate change and global warming from the pollution of those developed countries takes a long period of time. In addition to this, filing a lawsuit takes time and consists of the following steps. 1, we must file a complaint. 2, we must summon the party that is being sued and explain to them why they are being sued. And 3, those parties can either agree or deny our accusations. 4, ending the suit through motions. And finally, the plaintiff and the defendant will get information from each other and other people to use as evidence at trial. We must not also disregard the pandemic that is happening right now and the restrictions and when the restrictions will end. Restrictions such as closed borders and the fact that courts of law are adopting different modalities and limiting the range of matters that can be brought before them to only the most urgent while postponing others. Why should we be using the time we have suing other nations when we should be focusing on our island? The burden to stop climate change and global warming that has been caused by the greed and ignorance of the previous generations is heavily laid on the shoulders of today's youth, to ensure that our people will still have a place to call home in the future. However, how are we so sure that this is the right decision to make? Instead of taking the limited amount of time we have in filing a lawsuit, we must think about our future generation and how we can better our island for them. And now my colleague will continue with our main argument.
The Federated States of Micronesia has limited resources which should be directed towards a better strategy in filing lawsuits against various developed countries. According to the Compact of Free Association, the Federated States of Micronesia receives over $110 million in assistance every year, in addition to various amounts of federal grants and services. How would the United States feel about the FSM taking this amount of assistance money and using it to sue them and other countries? A source from the National Oceanic Resource Management Authority, commonly known as NORMA, informed us that the FSM receives about $60 to $70 million every year from the fishing done in our exclusive economic zone, or EEZ. Although these statistics suggest that we might have the funds to go through with this lawsuit, we must take into consideration that this money is the main source of income for our government, and it is directed towards other things such as education, healthcare, and infrastructure. We must also take into account that this money is not as reliable as we want it to be. Because of climate change, the fish are moving out of our EEZ, and therefore we are moving out of the boundaries of our EEZ and into the high seas, which are areas of the ocean that no country has jurisdiction over. If we have no fish in our EEZ, we lose a significant amount of money that is earned from our greatest natural resource. And without this significant amount of money, how would you pay the legal and consultant fees required to file this lawsuit? A local lawyer informed us that the minimum wage for a lawyer working in Micronesia is about $100 per hour of work. However, the Federated States of Micronesia might not have the lawyer required for a case of this magnitude. That lawyers of vast experience are required for cases like this, and these lawyers usually cost a lot of money. For example, if the FSM were to request a lawyer from New York, we would have to realize that the yearly minimum wage for a lawyer from New York is $100,000. Additionally, a case of this magnitude requires a team of lawyers of about 5 to 7 and several environmental experts, which could cost the FSM up to $1 million a year. In addition, attorney to FSM Congress Lam Dong informed us that a case like this takes from 5 years to forever to prepare. So in this scenario, the minimum amount of money you would be spending is $5 million. All this money, the money to pay for the work of the lawyers and environmental experts, not to mention the expenses to fly them here to Micronesia and to the Netherlands, back and forth several times just to bring the case to the ICJ. None of this suing has happened in this scenario yet. Yes, we may receive help from the fellow small island developing states, which are islands of the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic, Indian, and Pacific Oceans that are relatively remote and vulnerable to environmental challenges such as climate change and global warming. But first, we must think of why we are doing this, why we are putting so much time and effort into such an unsure scenario that may not even help us the way we want it to in the end. Say that we do win this lawsuit and we do receive the monetary relief and redress we seek. Who is to say that the relief we receive is to be used wisely and towards a better future in terms of climate change? Why expend all this time and money for money? Yes, from this lawsuit, you may get money, but you will never get back the time that you spent working on this lawsuit. Instead of spending our money on this lawsuit, why not use it for renewable energy? The FSM is a signatory under the Kainaki II Declaration along with other SIDs. Under this declaration, we are banded with the other SIDs to work against climate change and global warming in association with the Pacific Islands Forum, which includes developed countries such as Australia and New Zealand. In addition, the United States has even offered to has considered to donate more to the Green Climate Fund as a result of this declaration. The Green Climate Fund is funds allocated towards climate change and global warming. So why don't we use our money and expend it on stuff like this instead? We have discussed that the ICJ has limited power and that filing a lawsuit would take up valuable time and money. I would now like to discuss the hypocrisy Micronesia would be displaying were she to file a lawsuit against the more developed nations over the damages caused to the islands as a result of climate change and global warming. When you walk out into the town of Colonia, it is not uncommon to see a stray plastic bag just blowing across the street. It is not uncommon to see candy wrappers and empty chip bags sticking to the concrete. It is not uncommon to see the red beetle nut stains painting the sidewalks. These examples are more of the mild variety. There is poor regulation concerning the dredge sites all over the island, the unenforced laws when it comes to keeping the shipping vessels in check, the poor placement of our pig pens near rivers, the cow farms in our upland forests. It is hypocritical to sue more developed nations upon allegations that we ourselves are guilty of. The Federated States of Micronesia is home to many people, and these people are angry at the tragic situation of climate change and global warming, and it is understandable. What isn't understandable, however, is the fact that we are suing nations upon allegations that we are guilty of ourselves. How do you expect a larger country of which the majority population could possibly not even know we exist to suddenly look our way and feel compassion towards us in our situation if they see the burning piles of leaves and trash on our front lawns, if they see the excess trash from the dump leaking into our ocean, if they see the gas emissions from our vehicles? Micronesia doesn't even have emission standards. Climate change and global warming are universal things. They are occurring all over the world. For example, in recent years, there have been wildfires in Australia. The Amazon in Brazil has burned horrendously. the Typhoon Jebi that occurred at Kansai International Airport. Taking all this information into account, it can be inferred that all the countries in the world contribute to climate change, including us. We, the negative team, acknowledge that we do not contribute as much as other nations. However, we are contributing nonetheless. If two thieves happen to shoplift from the same store and one of the thieves steals something more expensive and larger than the other, will only the thief who stole the larger item be punished? No, because that's not how the law works. We, the negative team, have acknowledged that the hypocrisy that Micronesia would be displaying were she to file this lawsuit, the money and time that would be spent on this lawsuit, and that the ICJ does not have the jurisdiction and power to enforce relief and redress from developing countries.
Thank you very much, Team CCA, for your main argument. At this time, I would like to invite the proponents for your rebuttal. You have 5 minutes to rebut when you are ready.
Thank you to the opponents of the resolution for presenting their main argument. We would like to take this time to address the main points of their argument. The first main point our opponents made is that the ICJ can only provide advisory opinions. However, as stated in Articles 36, paragraph 1 of the Statute of the United Nations also provides that the jurisdiction of the court compromises of all matters specially provided for in treaties and conventions in force, which means that the true treaties that we mentioned earlier, the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, are legally binding, given they are ratified by both China, India, and the FSM. The second point our opponents made was that going through with the resolution would ruin our diplomatic relationships with these other nations. Regardless of our diplomatic relations, we must acknowledge these nations are hurting us through their greenhouse gas emissions, and they must be held accountable. Moreover, although it may seem counterintuitive, we are helping these nations in the long run. As we mentioned in our main argument, if global warming is limited to 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming, there is a more than 60% chance that global benefits would exceed 20 trillion US dollars, including reduced economic damages at 1.5 degrees Celsius. The third point our opponents made was that we are the ones causing global warming and climate change. I would like to refer them back to our argument in which we provided specific examples of how these nations are worsening weather events occurring here in the FSM, such as the extreme flooding in 1997 to 1998 and the flooding in 2007 to 2008. The fourth point our opponents made is that the case would take too long. First of all, this is hypothetical. Moreover, there is already a precedent within the ICJ of the ICJ awarding financial compensation. However, other modes of achieving the same means, such as negotiations, have been unsuccessful in achieving societal reform and lowering greenhouse gas emissions in countries such as China, India, and the US. The fifth point our opponents made is that the FSM has limited resources. We would argue we must look at this as a short-term investment resulting in long-term benefits. If we do not take action now and go through with the resolution, our economic situation will only worsen as climate change develops further. Also, we are not advocating for suing the US. We are only going after China and India. The fifth point our opponents made is that we should invest the money we have in green energy rather than going through with the resolution. However, as I mentioned earlier, even if the FSM were to go carbon neutral, it would not have an effect on the overall warming of the world's climate. The sixth point of our opponent's argument is that it would be hypocritical for the FSM to sue these other nations, considering that we too are contributing to climate change. However, I must once again refer back to the fact, even if it is hypocritical, if the FSM were to go carbon neutral, it would have no effect on the overall warming of the globe. Also, our opponents have failed to show how much the FSM is producing in terms of global greenhouse gas emissions. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep, Catholic High, for a rebuttal. Now we will allow the opponents, Team CCA, to respond to that. You will have 3 minutes for your response. Please take the stand when you are ready.
According to my opponent, we must sue these developed nations due to the fact that that China and India are violating 2 treaties, and they reasoned that it was the rights of the child. However, according to Clement Mulala, the legal advisor for the FSM to the UN, the FSM tries to avoid signing treaties and convention and such as the rights of the child. And we are not part of major binding treaties, the FSM. We are not a part of major binding treaties. Another point that my opponent mentioned was that it doesn't matter how long it takes for this case to be filed. However, according to Lam Dong, it takes 5 years for the ICJ to 7 years from filing to resolution. An example to this is a case between Serbia and Croatia, where the case took 16 years and just ended up being dismissed by the UN. And our funds are being allocated to the healthcare and to the education and to make sure that our island adapts to the effects of climate change. And he also mentioned that we would not be suing the United States of America. Why would we not be suing one of the biggest emitters of carbon? Why would we single out two countries when these several other countries are biggest polluters? And he also mentioned that we failed to mention that FSM's emission standards. Well, we did mention and we said that the FSM does not have emission standards. We are buying used cars from Japan that don't meet their emission standards anymore. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team CCA, for your response. We will now move on to the summations. You have Catholic Eye. You have 4 minutes to do your conclusion.
To wrap it all up, we would like to thank our judges as well as our opponents for giving us the time and patience to present our case and for making it possible for this debate to take place. Still, we the proponents are for the resolution because of the hindrance global warming and climate change are to the FSM. Also, the benefits that could be achieved through curbing global warming and climate change now rather than later. Secondly, to hold major greenhouse gas emitters accountable for endangering the FSM's children and disabled persons, subsequently violating 2 treaties, the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Lastly, by filing a claim now, the FSM could launch a strategic case to raise awareness for global warming and climate change. Although we, the proponents, are pitted against the opponents, we understand where they are coming from. Our arguments may differ in the specifics. For example, the opposition would have you oppose the resolution because the ICJ's power is limited to advisory opinion, the FSM lacks funding and time, our resources should be used for a better strategic purpose, and it is hypocritical to pursue a lawsuit. While we, the proponents, have proven the hindrance global warming and climate change are to the FSM, and the economic benefits of limiting global warming and climate change now. Additionally, how the resolution can be used to hold developed nations such as China and India accountable for treaty violations that endangered not only the FSM's children and disabled persons, but the entire world. And lastly, the power a strategic case would have to raise awareness for nations, including the FSM, who are in imminent danger from global warming and climate change. Despite our differences, we, the proponents, want the same thing as our opponents, to keep the FSM and the world habitable and beautiful for generations to come. In light of what has been discussed during the debate, the FSM must go through with the resolution and file a claim with the International Court of Justice against developed nations host to large corporations who have contributed heavily to global warming and climate change, seeking redress and relief, including monetary damages. Simply sitting and waiting is not enough. We are for the resolution as a proactive measure to limit global warming and climate change, not only for our lifetime, but for the future of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yap Catholic High School, for your conclusion. At this time, I would like to invite the opponents, Team CCA, for your conclusion. You have 4 minutes.
In today's debate, we, the negative team, have provided reasons why the Federated States of Micronesia should not file a lawsuit against more developed nations over the damages caused to the islands as a result of climate change and global warming. We have done so by acknowledging that the International Court of Justice does not have the power and jurisdiction to enforce relief and redress from developed nations, that we would be spending too much money and time we cannot afford on filing this lawsuit, and that it would be hypocritical to sue other nations upon allegations we are guilty of ourselves. Rather than spending our resources on filing this lawsuit, we should be spending it on actually practicing eco-friendly habits and concentrating our money on healthcare, education, and renewable energy, actually setting standard emissions, actually taking care of ourselves. We, the negative team, ask that the citizens of the FSM band together to work together and make sure that our island does not fall victim to the effects of climate change and global warming. As our friend Kadrian Keelan said, as she displayed her art piece at the U.S. Embassy's Youth Art Contest, and I quote, "Without the youth of today taking action on what we see around the world, there will be no future for us. Change starts with me. Change starts with you. Change starts with all of us. We should not be pinning the blame on others. We should be trying to look out for ourselves and try to work together towards a better future in terms of climate change and global warming." Thank you.
Thank you very much, CCA, for your conclusion. We will now allow the judges, if you have any questions for clarification or comments for this team, the time is now.
Hi, we had a little bit of a technical glitch here. And so we wanted to ask the app team if he could summarize the third point that he made in his main argument, which had to do with the strategic case. So we lost about 3 minutes right when the third point was beginning.
I will try my best to summarize for you. What we're attempting to say is that a strategic case is essentially, it's not for profits or redress, it's simply to raise awareness for the issues posed by global warming and climate change. And through awareness, obviously more people will become aware, and people, especially within the FSM, who are unaware, would know of the threats that are being posed to their islands, their homes, and they would want to act and do something about this issue. And also the FSM could do this as a joint effort with other nations, such as Vanuatu, whose Foreign Minister, Ralph Reagan Vanu, is an outspoken advocate on turning to international courts to address the climate crisis. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, can you all hear me? Nod, okay. I don't have a question per se. I just want to take the opportunity to congratulate all of the debaters. I don't know if the other ones are in the gallery. And to also let them know that just being here today, they're all winners. Congratulations to all of them for a job well done.
From the judges, yeah.
Well, that concludes our fourth and last debate. Once again, congratulations teams, YAP and CCA, YAP Guy, for the outstanding performance during this last debate. We will now take a few minutes break, 10 minutes break, to allow the judges to tabulate the scores, and then when they are available, we'll come down and announce them. In the meantime, please call it yourselves with refreshments outside. Thank you again, and 10 minutes.
That's coming from the she's got Kristen Bell.
Did we drop them? Yeah, can you hear? Can you hear us? Yeah. Okay. Shuk, are you on? As soon as we get Shuk back online, we will be making the announcement of the winners. So just hang on. You more.
Can the host enable our video?
If I may have your attention just for a few minutes. While we're waiting for Chuk to get back online, I would like to, on behalf of the FSM National Judiciary, give acknowledgement to those who have supported us in making this year's National Law Day possible. So the Office of the President, thank you to the Office of the President and especially His Excellency President Manuelo for signing the proclamation proclaiming today as the National Law Day. We also would like to recognize FSM Congress for their continuing support of this cause and awarded $50,000 every year, at least for this year's National Law Day event. We'd like to also give recognition and thanks to the committees. This is especially the National Law Day Committee as well as the state Law Day committees. Without your assistance, we wouldn't be gathering here today. We really would like to give recognition and thank you to the Conpay Committee, Conpay State Law Committee, the CHUC, YAP Committee, and also for Koshai. Unfortunately, due to some things beyond their control, Koshai had to pull out the last minute. And we're hoping that for next year, we will be expecting for Shai to join us. And for the panel of judges that volunteered their time since this morning sitting, I know it is the most difficult and challenging task to serve as our justices for this year's panel or debate. We'd like to especially thank all the debaters, all the alternates, and all the coaches. I have watched and followed these debates year by year by year, and every year I am just impressed of how improved the debaters are. And so, like Greg said earlier, this is the first time that we're doing this, the video conferencing debate. But we would like to thank you all for taking, accepting to take on this challenge of the virtual debate. So thank you all. Thank you to the parents who are here, the cheerleaders who left earlier, but those who are here just as supporters. So I will now yield the floor to one of the justices, one of the judges, to announce the total score accumulated by each group, by each team. This is tallying up the your two arguments. And so I would like to ask Carla, one of our judges, to make that announcement. After that, we have certificates that we would like to issue to all the teams, and for Chuk and for YAP, yours will be mailed out immediately. We also have the scholarship awards that will be issued out for Bonbay. Your checks, we thank finance, we should really thank finance for rushing the checks. So Bonbay will receive yours today. For Yap and Chuk, to expedite rather than mailing, we have requested that finance in your respective states issue the checks there. So give it tomorrow or latest by the end of the week, you should be able to receive your scholarship checks. And each debater received $2,000. So that is the scholarship award that we give. And I also would like to announce that because the alternates did a lot of work as well, that we were able to squeeze our budget. And so we're able to find at least $500 each for each alternate. So thank you for that. So in addition to the monetary awards, we are also issuing laptops to all the debaters, all the alternates, and the coaches also receive a laptop. We have placed the order and we are expecting the laptops to arrive sometimes this month. So as soon as we receive them, the ones for Chuk and Yap will be mailed out immediately. So that's another way of the court saying thank you, and that we really appreciate all the effort that you put into this year's Law Day debate. So without further ado, please welcome Judge Carlos.
Thank you, Director. I gladly welcome that title. On behalf of my colleagues, I will be announcing the total scores for each of the schools. I apologize beforehand, no speech was prepared, so all of this is impromptu. But before I announce the scores, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate each of the debaters for your exceptional work. We were impressed by the technique, by the intelligence that you had shown us today. We learned a lot of things from you. So with no further delay, I will begin with the announcement for Xavier High School representing Troop 8 with a total point of 634. For CCA, I believe there are 2 teams representing, I'm not quite sure, but for CCA, the score is 662.5. For SBA, the total score is 684, and for Yap Catholic High School, 711.5. That's all. Thank you. So you just heard, I will repeat the scores once again for those who need to write this down. Yap Catholic High School received 711.5, Xavier 634, SPA 684, and CCA 662.5. So congratulations, Yap Catholic High School received the highest score this year, followed by SPA, then CCA, and Xavier. So let's give everyone a big round. One of the judges said that this is the fact that you are at the national makes you all winners. One of the most difficult things in debate is there's really no right or wrong answer. It's all about the presentation. You have those itemized list of what the judges were scoring you at. So if you need more clarifications, the judges, I'm sure, will be very happy to go through the detailed scores with you. But so that's the total scores that we have thus far. I would like to ask the chairman of the Law Day Committee, Greg, to please come up and present the certificates, and we'll be issuing the checks as well. That's for this is so
Okay.
please come up when your names are.
Who's here for Calvary Christian?
Yeah, please come up, Team CCA. Yeah, all of you.
Yeah, including the alternate.
Get your checks as well. That's yours.
Careful, you need that check too.
Just hold your.
You can come up here also.
We're missing an option.
Okay, Team SPA, please come up.
Yeah.
Sign the free copy. Yeah, just like my copy.
Give them a big round of applause.
So for you guys in Chukin, yeah.
Who's hosting this?
Gosh, I don't know.
So- So that concludes our debate for this year. Once again, congratulations to all of you. We will be making an announcement. It all depends on the situation with the COVID. But our debate, we usually rotate within the state. So for the schools, we can start preparing, we'll be debating for next year. If everything is lifted, Washai was supposed to be the host, but due to the restrictions, we had to cancel it. So it all depends if they want to continue to host. We will most likely, if everything is lifted, everything is fine, we will have a debate in Washai. Otherwise, I believe the next will be in Chuk, if we do the rotation. I could be wrong, but I think Chuk is the next. So we'll let you know. So once again, thank you. There's a lot of food out there. Please take 5 each. Take off, so you don't have to cook. Thank you. Kalangan o Kasileno. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you to, thank you to our field offices. Thank you. And for IT, our ITs. Thank you, Sean, and thank you, Maureen, and Ivan and your team. Thank you.
Yeah, it was.